Hey, how you doing? This is Seji Hito, here to bring you another live stream, actually live stream number 54. Much love to Lamiko and Hack. What is up? What is up? What is up? It is currently 2:29 p.m., 1/24/2024. So this is going to be a little bit different, just to address a few things. So we got somebody that's been with the channel for quite some time. This person has been with the channel for about a good 5 years, and she stated this about the story that I posted previously. She says, "See, these are the ones that Cynthia G talks about and shows, and would show if people hadn't been so in for her with their hatred against her, and she was about getting rid of degenerates." Another person called Taz calls men like this out and gets hate. He's not the only one. There are more toe tags. You keep bringing in these degenerates, including some of the women too, and you consistently keep doing this type of content. People will eventually turn on you and say you just hate black people and other things. So, um, this is the thing I'll say from my perspective. Again, I'm going to address this for the umpteenth time before constructively. I told y'all, years ago that I was subscribed to, different black female content creators. And, as I've observed and stayed directly within that space, it went from a thing of, okay, let's call out the purely ignorant and the negative ones there, to generalizing all black men, all young black men, and including black boys. And then it went from that to an extreme of, we need to find a way to get rid of the black men, young black men, and the black boys directly out here in the community, right? And that's specifically dealing with the Cynthia G thing. Nobody has to believe me or take my word for it, because there were other content creators that are not even in this type of space that replied and even made videos on what it is that she was stating and talking about. Like I said, I'm not sure if a lot of her followers decided to skip that video, magically missed that video, or didn't see it, but it does exist. And again, people, made videos specifically about that. The other person's has, don't know exactly who that is, never heard of them before, ever in my life. It is what it is. So, the 100% that is there is that the part of, if you keep bringing, these types of videos up, that soon enough black people will turn on you. And the main thing that I've stated to everybody, and including to other people, is that that's already have happened, right? Like I told you guys before, when everybody was pretty much fine when I was raging out, about all of the things that we normally talk about in the society, dealing with the government, dealing with the police, dealing with a variety of stories. Everybody was excited. Everybody was hyped up and ecstatic. But the moment in time I started doing videos and I started specifically talking about the black community, both talked about black men, black women, children, teenagers, grandparents, the community in general, it's like, yeah, I started getting those comments. I started seeing the comments of like, oh, first it would come from, black women. Then you would have the comments coming from black men. Oh man, you don't know nothing about this. You ain't from the streets. Like you shouldn't be talking about, politics. You don't know nothing about it. And all this other type of stuff. And, people trying to, want to fight me in the comment section. Right. And then I would do videos about the kids and the teenagers. I wouldn't really get much flack for that because, like I told y'all before, a lot of people don't really care about the kids. Everybody is, when people feel, if somebody is a man and they feel like they're specifically being targeted, they'll be, all in arms and wanting to run their mouth and talk their shit. Cool. When it's a woman, want to be up in arms, run their mouth, talk that shit. Cool, no problem. But when I get to the kids, you don't hear that same energy. You don't hear that same energy from black men and black women. It ain't even there. It don't even exist. So this is why when I talk about kids, I heavily generalize, because I'm like, all the energy you always got for over the years that I've always put out towards videos, and everybody always had all of that energy, something to say about unsubscribing. I want that same energy when I start bringing up those videos talking about the kids and how people don't seemingly care about kids and teenagers. I want that same energy, but I never get it. And I know I'm not, because that'll be too much like right. Like I said, people only care when they feel that you're specifically targeting them. I've even done videos about the elders and, you know, pretty much almost silent directly on that. But then when I start going in and generalizing the community as a whole, then people want to be right back and, want to run their mouth and want to say this and want to say that. So to Todd, trust me, I've been here for years. I've been here for years. Like I said, the moment in time that you want to address your people and you want to try to give solutions and you want to try to fix those things, oh yeah, black people will start running, because it'll start making black people very, very uncomfortable. And not sure if people, to further put this into perspective, this is why you don't have a lot of black content creators cover a lot of topics dealing with black people, because they know that black people are very fickle, that black people are wishy-washy. And I'm generalizing like hell because I've been here long enough to see a variety of things, and I can generalize. I got the tenure to sit up there and generalize by everything that I've been able to witness and see. So like I said, it is what it is. Again, this is why you don't have a lot of black content creators covering stuff like this. They're not going to heavily cover stuff on black men. They're not going to heavily cover stuff on black women. They may, bring up some stuff, dealing with, black kids. Like, it's not going to be a lot. It's not going to be heavy. It's not going to be saturated. It's not. Because the moment in time that you have a demographic and you know that you have a demographic, you're not trying to mess that up. So, but like I told people before, in order to resolve a problem, certain sacrifices have to be made. And that's what I'm living in at this moment in time, those sacrifices. Trying to do the right thing, trying to, put out some type of corrective solutions and measures directly out there. But, sometimes you got to talk to an empty room. Sometimes you got to talk to yourself, because ain't nobody trying to hear or listen to you. They rather, go to the stuff that makes them, comfortable, the stuff that they're used to. Right. So shout out to Tom for the comment on the video. Again, this is what it looks like when you have somebody that's actually here, um, for a good 5 years, and they actually understand the content, and they've seen it, they've been there, they've listened, directly to it. I'm trying to figure. I think she might have even showed up in a live stream. I think she might have been here in a live stream, or something or other. But like I said, shout out to the women out there that have been with the platform for a long time and that know and understand and see some stuff. Because, like I said, I know that I'm not gonna, happen to reach everybody, but reach some people directly out there. That's the only thing I can focus on. That's it. So this is going to lead me into the next content right here. So there's a black woman that I told y'all before that I follow. And remember, I told you guys about me not believing specifically and directly in the sisterhood, right? So let me just, in a sense, show you that, or at least this was how it looked earlier. Let me see if if YouTube might have performed some corrective measures directly out here. Nope. They still got her page down. So I might mispronounce her name. Hopefully I don't. But the woman that you see here by the name of Ches Charday, right? She basically does videos, and this is a married woman now. She does videos specifically talking on black women and speaking against the narrative that has been out there on a multitude of other channels. She's one of the black women out here that's for black men. She's about correcting certain narratives specifically and directly out there, right? And I've watched her channel for quite some years. I've listened to her, and I've even, sat directly in, some of the live streams that she's had. And as I told you guys before, there's only so few that I actually follow that have built a platform and that use that platform to actually speak against all of the negativity that people want to put out there, specifically and only about Black men. She is one of those. She is one of those upstanding people. And because she does this, and because she calls out the degeneracy, because she calls out the double standards, because she calls out the ignorance, people who are a part of the sisterhood decided to get rid of her channel. So what I mean by that is, let me just push this. Let me get that right there. Push this directly to the side. Let me give y'all a window capture. Let me see. We're gonna do it like that, right? All right, so so we can zoom in so y'all can see what I'm talking about. Because like I said, when I got proof of stuff, I'm going to show you what it is that I'm talking about. Right? Oh, matter of fact, let me just come down on the sides right there. Yeah. So this is her Twitter right there. So you can clearly see it's live, just in case you want to, go directly up there. That's her Twitter. This is basically what she has left of her platform. And no, like I said before, she held that platform up there for years. This is potentially not the first time that this has happened. On YouTube, she's received, strikes and different stuff like that. So basically, what these clowns did is that all these women, they came together. And no, I want to reiterate, this is a Black woman that is for Black men. She is a married woman, and she is swinging against the narrative that has been spun directly out here, negatively about Black men. And she's trying to make sure to hold Black women accountable. And what these women decided to do is band together and just decided to mass report either a video or videos in hopes to trigger YouTube's algorithm or whatnot or whatever off of false allegations. Now, this is what she stated here to the left side. She said, at YouTube creators, my channel was shut down for nudity and sexual content violations when I've never posted a naked body, nudity, or any sexual conduct on my channel. I don't even post kissing. In fact, I promote abstinence. There is clearly a mistake, and she is right. She does not show anything raunchy. She doesn't show anything out of the ordinary. She's not out there like, yo, I'm about to sit up there and show, like Suki Han. She don't show none of that. None of that. But again, like I told y'all before, how broken YouTube is. This is how broken YouTube is, where you could have women get together, decide that they don't like somebody's content, and they want to get rid of them. They want to make sure to ruin all of the things that they've done because it's making them uneasy. It's disturbing them. But I want to note again, nobody is telling these women to specifically follow her. Nobody is telling these women to wake up and see and go through their history list and go to her page and see what it is that she's talking about. Nobody is telling these women to sit there in live streams. Like I said before, and this is what I've told y'all before. Anytime that we got a lot of people that roll up into the stream, I promise you some of them there are the main ones that never liked my platform. There's some of the main ones who've never liked my voice. They've never liked my content, but yet they still show up and yet they still there. They're there so much that they decide that, oh, I'm about to sit up there and just, day by day as the months go by, I'm going to sit up there and report your videos. And I know one day I'm going to get you off of this channel and YouTube is going to be even better for it. And then all they're going to do is go to the next person because they're unhappy with what it is that they have specifically in life. And this is the same thing that's happened to her. The same thing. And so then you go to the right side, right? And she says that the The algorithms are definitely flawed. This is a prime example. A channel that promotes abstinence, marry before you carry, and sexual purity getting taken down for nudity and sexual exploitation is nonsense. Yep. Yep. So, and then she later stated this, right? At YouTube creators spoke with a Google account rep who said a human did not review my channel. Can a human actually review my page? There is literally no nudity on my page. So how does it get taken down for something that doesn't exist? Yep. And like I want to reiterate to a lot of people, this is what it looks like. This is the uphill battle. Now, again, she talked to somebody else. What rep did she say she talked to? She talked to a Google account rep. That's dope. Like I said, I don't even know what that is because I've never been able to actually do that. But I'm happy that she was able to, get in touch with a rep and she at least got some type of, a response. But if you were to still go to her page at this moment in time, let's see if you click directly on the link, this is what comes up. That's what comes up for her page. And the reason why that comes up is because of the algorithm and how broken it is and how things tend to work. That shouldn't even be a thing. That shouldn't even be a thing. Shout out to Gail, J Love, Timothy, Jugs, DSA1. What was that Jug said is called WS and PubeTube taking retaliation through their computers. Nah, the funny part is she don't be really saying nothing against anybody else. She's purely focused on uh black people. She's focused on black women. And these let me just make this very, very clear. This is a woman that is specifically focused on breaking through the narratives that are normally out here, right? Let me see. She said, yes, the Color Purple video definitely pissed them off. Well, that'll also do it. Oh, also to touch on that, like I said, some people want to say that the Color Purple is just a classic and a great movie, but you're not really seeing the underlining things that are directly in there. The other thing about that is, for anybody that really loves the Color Purple like that, uh, you might want to make sure to monitor and watch Taraji's career, because word is out there that because the Color Purple has done so badly, all of the people that have put money into it are blaming Taraji and the conversations that she's had about calling out certain things for the reason that the Color Purple did bad. And more than likely, in retaliation for the money, but not just because of that, but also for her coming out and saying, things against Oprah and whatnot and all this other type of stuff, they're probably going to get together and you're not going to see very much of Taraji unless it's by way of 50 Cent. So like I said, pay very close attention. If you start to see less and less of Taraji, she's not out there. You start to see over the months like, yo, what happened to this black actor? Like at one point she was all over the place on social media, and then you start to hear nothing of her. You already know what's up. You already know what's up. So, like I said, you got a lot of people out here that want to, call out, certain things. And when they decide to call out certain things, these are the things that take place. And as stated before, sometimes some of the worst people are your own people. And in Miss Shardae's instance, it is her own people that are the worst to her, that decided to enable this type of nonsense to take place. Because again, this is not the first time that she has had issues on her channel. She's ended up getting strikes and a multitude of other things. And again, this is all due to the effect of her specifically staying on the asses of those black women out there that want to specifically and only bring up a narrative or create a narrative that puts black men in a negative light. Like I said, this is what happens when you actually want to stand up for something that's right. When you want to call out some things, this is how your own people will sit up there and do you. So hopefully, somehow, some way, she'll end up getting her channel back, because she deserves to get her channel back. And this is why I told y'all before, no matter how crazy this sounds, I'm all for the government ushering in a whole thing where everybody's name is attached to their social media. I'm all for it. Because at the end of the day, if that means that people get to see who is specifically reporting, and you can specifically go for those people, like lawsuits or what, so be it. Because as a content creator, I've been tired for a very long time of people being able to sit in the shadows and opting to be able to do whatever it is that they want to do and destroy or try to quote unquote take away something that somebody else has built, all for their own selfish enjoyment, because they don't specifically like a content creator or the content. Like I said, if we're going to have some type of social society, usher that in first. I want to see that happen. And watch how quick people start switching up their tunes. Watch how quick people start switching up tunes. Like I said, if we're going to be serious about everything, we need to be serious about everything. If we're going to get on people for lying and stealing, then the same things need to happen in the digital content creator space, where if you got people putting out false allegations stating that somebody is doing something that they're not doing, start taking money from them. Start having them serve time for falsifying lies. Because as we all know, in society, we know how far lies can get. And we know that lies can strip away somebody's ability to be free. It'll put them in jail. It'll put them in prison, or even worse. So like I said before, I'm all for it. Because people don't understand it up until they are made to understand it. So, hey, it is what it is. Because this type of stuff, I'm tired of seeing. Because you got too many grown adults out here that want to act like children. And this is what I talk about. You can't sit up here and say that, oh, I'm a parent, I'm grown, I'm this, I'm that, but you sitting up there doing this to somebody's channel that you quote unquote don't like. Move around. Stop watching it. Stop going back to the page. Stop trying to interact. Stop trying to leave comments. If you don't like the content, like I sit up there and tell people here, block my channel, unfollow. That's all you got to do. You grown. You don't got to even let me know that you're leaving. Just leave. But like I said, that sounds too much like right. So, people want to act ignorant. They want to act like they can have it their way. Like this is a restaurant, like you servicing them, and you not. But like I said, shout out to this woman here. Much love and appreciation for the things that you are putting out there, and the things that you're pointing out, and you fighting against the narrative and fighting for Black women. Because like I said, there's not a lot of Black women out there that have created a platform to specifically do this. So I especially got to give shout outs to those women. Much love, respect, and appreciation, and keep doing the things that you do every single day. And hopefully, something will get fixed or situated when it deals, with the channel. And, hopefully YouTube will revert this whole thing right back. Right. So the next thing that we're going to, wait, what was it? Hack said they love sabotaging Black channels. Yeah. Jug said they're going after B1 content creators and being petty about it. Al Smith said, yo, Al, what is up? What is up? Said YouTube has threatened and blocked me for saying nothing. Then they don't explain the comment that got me threatened or blocked. The other thing I'll sit up there and say to you is this. Depending on the content that you put out, again, you'll have people out there that will decide in the background to start reporting your channel. Like I said, a lot of people would this is okay. From a content creator's perspective, gotta get my words right. You got people out here that are on a variety of forums. They're on a variety of Discords. They're on a variety of Facebook pages. So all they're going to sit up there and do is like, oh, this is a person, I don't like their content. Let me sit up there and go to this Facebook page or whatnot or whatever, let me post a link to their channel and just tell everybody to sit up there and mass report it because of, you know, whatever. And then that's what they'll do. You literally have people that have made other platforms in order to do stuff like this, which is crazy. And like I said, these are other grown adults. Like it'd have been different if you're talking about like somebody that was trying to talk about exterminating something. That's different. I understand that. That's way different. But you're talking about somebody that's swinging against a narrative because they're trying to, you know, hold some type of accountability, place responsibility, acknowledge the wrongs that are specifically there when it happens with black men. It's not even close to the same thing. It's making the playing field even. It's making it equal, right? This is the main thing that a lot of women have stated: equality, right? So you got a woman out here doing that. But like I said before, people ain't really talking about equality. They just want, you know, equality cherry picked here and there. They don't want it all. They just want here and there. But the illusion is when they say it, they want equality everywhere, but not realistically, not in reality. And like I said, that proves it. The more and more I keep seeing black female content creators that do content like Miss Sade, and she's trying to hold black women accountable, the more and more I start to see their channels and videos start to have problems. They start to have issues. A lot of things are getting flagged. They start to get hit with community. They start to get hit with strikes. They start to get their videos taken. Like I said before, and I want to reiterate, this is not black men doing this. It's not black men doing this. Black men are some of, if not her main supporters. When her page was up, you could go through a lot of videos in the comment sections, even on Twitter. You could see the black men there rolling through there, leaving comments, having conversations, talking about it, thanking her for the content that she puts up every single day that she does not have to put up, but she does it because she understands that there is a problem, and she sees that problem. She's calling out, she's acknowledging it as a woman, and she's trying to give solutions. She's critiquing everything that's taking place, and she's giving solutions. So it's Theotis, what is up? Said it's a game to them. It's a goofies. Yeah, it is. And like I said, these be grown women that are going out of their way to sit up there and do this. Grown women that quote unquote making all of this money, got all of these jobs, entrepreneurs, or this, that, and the third. They got better stuff to do. They're not petty, but yet this is what they do to another black woman, though. It's crazy. It's crazy. And Theoda said, and that's how they control the narrative and make sure the problem stays the problem. Yeah. What's up, Mario? Mario said they will steal your underwear and scream, and screen your restroom where you do. Oh yeah. It's crazy. It's crazy. I know it was a bit like of an exaggeration, but yeah, it's crazy out here. It's crazy the lengths that people will go to in order to try to destroy somebody else. It's ridiculous. It is 100% nonsensical. It is 100% crazy. But like I said, I understand it because I went through it myself. I've sat up there and showcased to y'all a variety of things. I've sat up there and posted to y'all a lot of things from both sides, from a YouTube side where I'm like, all right, YouTube is doing this. And then from another side where I'm like, yeah, I know the specific people who's doing this. Because I'm like, the main videos I'm getting hit on magically have to sit. I'm like, okay, all right. It is what it is, But let's go into something else that I think that people, forgot about. Again, this is a live stream, it's dealing with black people, right? So we're going to have, some different things specifically in there. So just a reminder for those out there who might know some family members or friends that ended up getting a PPP loan, you've been made aware.
This, but y'all remember those PPP loans that everybody was doing during the pandemic, baby. I'm working in a bank now, specifically a credit union, but that being beside the point, y'all, they are sending subpoenas every other day if not more than that, to review the people who were claiming that they had employees. So y'all remember when Biden had said he was going to hire 25,000 agents so that they can go over all of that stuff? It's happening. And I don't know if y'all have been paying attention to a lot of the entrepreneurs. Baby, they coming for a lot of people, regardless of if you paid that money back or not. So, I can't really say, get your houses in order, because it ain't really even about order. It's literally about you lying on, papers for government funds. Y'all, a lot of people gonna start facing jail time, and I think more often than not, people are gonna start throwing the people who filed the PPP loans under the bus, because they're the ones who, technically, those are the ones who committed the fraud. But you committed the fraud because it's in your name too, and you're in trouble for all of the money, and you gave them a percentage. That don't even make sense. Get it together, y'all.
So again, beautiful black woman. She is letting people know, it's like, hey, working at a bank, we've noticed that there's been a lot of subpoenas going out, and they're asking for the information of all of those people, everybody who wanted to get a PPP loan. They're sitting up there checking all their stuff twice, 3 times, 4 times. As she stated, everybody remembers during the pandemic when the IRS was talking about they hired an excess of what was it, 87,000 people to help with the accounting. They're not doing that to sit up there and go after the rich. They're doing that to go after everybody else that's not rich. So again, all of those people that were online during the pandemic, flashing all of that. Remember, there were so many people during the pandemic that magically just came out of nowhere with money. Everybody was flashy. Everybody eating seafood. People getting brand new cars. People buying designer this and designer that. Magically, you had a field of people becoming these influencers, showing off money and this great lifestyle. Like I said, none of that stuff was earned. And where do you see those same people now? Nowhere to be found. And again, this is what financial illiteracy looks like. When you have people that just end up getting money and they don't know what to do with it, so it just goes through their hands like water and sand. That's what it looks like. That's what it looks like. Just as easy as that money came, it left because it wasn't earned. But like I said, a lot of people don't understand that. And also, let me put something else into perspective. If you got a lot of people, a lot of black people out here that went out there for these PPP loans, oh, y'all going to be some of the first ones on the chopping block. And they're going to throw the book directly at you. Because, what I found interesting was that as a person that does have a business, right? Even I myself tried to sit up there and apply. I'm talking about the legal method by going through the government. And I was turned down not once, but twice, even though I have all of my paperwork and everything. They were like, nope, not getting one. I'm like, okay, no problem. It's cool. Whatever. Maybe, I got to be, better at the business or something like that. Maybe it was something that I specifically was not understanding. Right. And I was like, cool, no problem. Right. No fuss, no muss. Just sit up there and keep it moving. But then I realized you had a lot of people out here that don't even have a business, but they were able to get millions of dollars. And it's like, for me, I wasn't even trying to go for anything in any like millions range. I was just going for just a little bit of something just to sit up there. All right, some brand new, equipment and, this and that. That was it. Everything to invest directly back into the channel. Again, I couldn't sit up there and do it, but you had people out here that knew people that was able to forge documents so well that they could get hundreds of thousands, if not millions of dollars. And I was just baffled. I'm like, hold on. I'm like, wait a minute. You mean to tell me that people out here who are doing the right things, they got all of their paperwork, everything in order, everything signed, everything noted, everything documented by somebody who legally has the ability to document and legitimize paperwork? You mean to tell me, even if you got all of that, it don't matter? People who hook and crook, people who know somebody, can get the stuff that you need and then some off of straight lies. And I was like, oh my God. I'm like, you have to be kidding me. And this is what a lot of people talk about when they deal with the economy and people are like, it doesn't pay to do things by the book, because it doesn't. It doesn't. Because in a multitude of ways, you will get slanted, and stuff just will always seem to go wrong, right? Because going from my perspective, I'm looking at the people who are winning. I'm looking at the scammers. I'm looking at the people that's actually doing like money types of crimes. I'm like, these dudes, these people out here, they out here just winning. You see everything that they got, you see everything that they doing, and it's like you're just trying to like make it by, right? And it's like that's not. It's like it's too much like right. It's like, oh, you're trying to do the right things, that's wrong. But you see this person over here doing the wrong thing, that's right. And I'm like, you have to be kidding me. I'm getting penalized out here because I'm not a liar. I'm not a scammer. I'm getting penalized because I'm not trying to directly steal from the people. I'm like, that's crazy to me. I'm like, how does that work? Like, who made specifically the rule? But like I said before, it ain't nothing I can do about that. It is what it is. You just got to sit up there and keep it moving, and you gotta make it do what it do. But again, to those out there that went out there and got those PPP loans, you're on notice now. So it's only a matter of time. And remember, I was covering a variety of stories dealing with those PPP loans, and I was showing y'all the ignorance of this. You had women up here. Like I said, you had both women and men up here. In other instances, you had families. Other instances, as of last year, 2023, I showed y'all cops who were still on the job that applied for a PPP loan, and they got that loan on top of still being able to work and getting all this extra money. Like I said before, you got criminals everywhere. Like I said, people out like people just went and doing the wrong things. It's crazy to me. It is completely crazy. Like I said, I am baffled still to this day, because it goes against what it is that you're specifically taught growing up. People teach you that, hey, if you go out here, you get an education, then you further that, you stay and get your education, go to high school, further that education by going through college, you'll have a career. That was the great lie that we were all told. So then now we move past that, right? And people are just like, you know what? I'm just going to sit up there and work. I'm going to, also on the side, I'm going to have a side hustle, and I'm going to sit up there and grow that because that's what I really want to sit up there and do. And then when you're growing that side hustle, you legitimize that business. You have the paperwork and everything that you need, and you go to the government like, hey, I just started. I'm not looking for a lot. I just need a little bit of help. Government, what can y'all do for the small businesses out here? They're like, nothing. And I'm like, word? But you got these people that got shell companies out here. You got people that's lying about the amount of employees and everything that they got. Like, they're lying on all their paperwork, but you're readily giving them all the money that they need, plus and then some. I'm like, wow. So either two things: either the government really doesn't like to help people, or the PPP loan and some of the other monies, that was just a way to entrap and to get more people to put into prisons and in jails. It was either one or the two, or two things are right at the same time. Because again, I'm still baffled by this, at the same time. Because like I said, people who are legitimately doing the things that they're supposed to be doing, they deserve to get a little bit of assistance. They deserve to get a little bit of help. And like I said, a lot of small businesses out here, they're not asking for millions of dollars. They're just asking for a little bit of something just so they can either stay afloat or so that they can get some new equipment or whatnot for the business, or maybe some add-ons to an existing business. Well, like I said, it's crazy. But, hopefully some of y'all, let y'all family and friends know that, time is running thin. And there's no way that they can erase this because everything is tracked by bank accounts. And even if they close a bank account, they know exactly what your name is. They know who that money got sent to. You're not running. So you might as well just sit up there and let the government know now, and, try to hope that they ease up on whatever it is that they're going to sit up there and do. Don't sit up there and run from it. Don't duck it and dodge it, because the moment of time that you do, you're only going to make it worse for yourself. Like I said, you knew when you did it the first time you were wrong, and you know it now. Just sit up there and come clean directly about it. Call the IRS or whatever you got to sit up there and do. Do not make them hunt you. Do not make them have to find you, because you are going to make it worse for yourself. Like I said, that's the best warning I got for people, other than what she stated. Yo, Abdul, what is up? What is up? Jug said everybody be one get under a microscope. Period. We get the third degree when we get loans and etc. Yeah, everybody remember the story about First Federal. What was it? Navy Federal. However, the title was based, but it was the military bank, and how it was that even if it was a black person on the low end to the high end, they would not get that loan that they needed. But if you were somebody else of another complexion, supernaturally, you would get that type of a loan, no matter if you fit or not. And I'm like, I mean, I'm not shocked. It's the same thing that black people have been talking about for the longest time when they dealt with this country. We've always talked about this, but again, you have a lot of people that want to swing against the narrative and say that these types of things don't exist, that this happens to everybody, right? That's how they always want to redirect the conversation and move the goalposts. Oh, I was turned down, for a loan or two, but I realized it had nothing to do with my skin color. It was due to the effect of, I just need to do certain things to qualify. Everything doesn't have to do with skin color. Why does everything have to be with race? Right? That's what a lot of people like to say when they want to deflect and they don't want to focus in on what the actual problem is. But like I said before, no problem. Everything that people want to sit up and say, oh, it's not about race, no problem, because the same exact things that black people have been going through in this country is going to happen to everybody else. And I'm going to sit there and say, oh, it's not about race. It's not about your religion. It's not about your preference. It just is what it is. Like I said, I'm going to be flipping that same exact thing back on everybody else. So I hope people are very much prepared and suited and booted when I start running those videos. Woo, it's going to be a lot of Rorschach moments that are going to be taking place. And I'm just going to be looking from the rooftop, letting them know I am not here to help. I'm just here to watch. Donna, let the boy watch. Shout out to Talladega Nights. But what we got up in here? Abdul said, yo, what is up? Said they don't want to expand because your content don't fit the narrative, and said the scammers provide jobs for law enforcement and the prison industry. I mean, yeah, that's true. They are given a job where a job is needed, because without crime, you're not going to sit up there and really have law enforcement. They're going to start to pull back on the amount of cops and whatnot directly out here, because there's no need for them, because people ain't doing what it is that they normally do, right? And let me put this a little bit deeper. Matter of fact, let me highlight Abdul's comments so people know what I'm specifically talking about, right? I know somebody that works a job, right? And the job that they specifically have, they are loss prevention, right? And what loss prevention basically does at a business is that they prevent shrinkage. They prevent people from stealing, both internally and externally. That means that they watch employees. That means that they also watch customers. What I've grown to understand since people have been working these jobs is that the greater amount of money that companies make is by way of losses, right? Because remember, I want people to understand, right? Whenever these companies give you the big numbers, when they're talking about, oh, we just lost $1 billion worth of merchandise, I want y'all to realize that all of the merchandise that is within these stores, it is insured. So no matter what happens to this stuff, they're getting money back. So if they lost $1 billion, they're probably getting 2 to 3, if not more, directly off of whatever it is that they lost, on top of whatever it is that they earned at the end of the year. So I want people to understand the type of foolishness and the deceit that is directly out here when a lot of these corporations are talking about, oh, we're losing money, we're going to have to close stores. Nah, they're getting money hand over fist. They're still getting money because they got patrons. They're still getting money because they got the stuff insured. Even if somebody is stealing, again, they're still getting money. So what I've learned about loss prevention is that when you get too good at your job, you will have your supervisors, you'll have the business come in and they'll decide to really get on you. They'll be like, hey, we've noticed that your numbers are low when it deals with capturing and getting, people for stealing. But the person comes back is like, well, I've been here for so long. And at first, people were stealing and we were getting people left and right. But now, because we were actually doing our job, doing the things that we were meant to do, the stealing has basically calmed down. It's not what it once was when I first began. And then you start getting called into the office, having to talk to a supervisor, going over your numbers. Then you got people coming in for corporate, and they're trying to tell you, "Oh, just keep looking. The thieves, the criminals, they're out there. They're out there." Where? If literally the person in loss prevention is coming to their job, working their job every single day for 8 hours or whatever the schedule is, and if at the start you had thieves, because again, you know how everything was structured, it might have been here and there, but once you finally got a structure together that works, now it's succeeding and it's preventing the loss and the shrinkage. The businesses start to get mad. Because, like I said, at the end of the day, regardless of what businesses do, they like making money. So they make money off of people stealing because it's insured, and they make money off of the fact that people are going to come in there and be patrons. So I just want people to understand that, because that's what I've had to basically understand from, talking to somebody who works in loss prevention. Like I said, that's crazy to me, that you literally got businesses out here that get on the people for doing their job too well and wanting to try to penalize them for doing their job too well. Like I said, for me, I don't understand. If it's like that, hire cops then. Because you're not going to be sitting up there telling cops like, "Yo, you're doing the job too." Let me explain to you how jacked up this situation is, right? Dealing with loss prevention. There was a story that I heard how, working that same job, that the person, they actually had security that was there. It was armed security there to deter thieves, right? To deter thieves. Because the moment in time that you put somebody there that looks like, if you steal, your life might be, threatened. You put somebody there that looks like they're not specifically working for their store, they're working for somebody else. Oh, people are scared to steal. They're going to second guess. They're going to look through the windows like, you know what? I'll come in a different day when that person ain't there. They'll sit there and they'll monitor, and they'll be looking through the windows and waiting for that person not to be there. Do you know that the supervisor told that armed security to go to the back of the store? So the person was at the front of the store deterring people from stealing, making them second guess. The supervisor told that security guard, "I need you to go to the back of the store." Why, pre-tell, does she want that security guard to go to the back of the store? Because she wants the thieves to come in there. Both the manager and corporate wants the thieves to come in there so things can keep getting stolen. Like I said, this is the type of society that we live in, where people, and I'm going to further this in a second. So the corporations, quote unquote, state that they have a problem, so then they make a solution, which is, having people there for loss prevention, dealing with the shrinkage internally and externally, and then on top of that, they have security. But within also making that solution, they go right back to making their own problem again, so that everything can keep circulating. So to further show that in a larger point of view, look at the government. I keep telling y'all this over the years. Look at everything that the government does. The government will, quote unquote, create a problem or a situation. And then once that problem, that situation gets way too high, way too deep, it'll get to the point where the American people are like, hey, government, see us, we're waving our hands, SOS. Look, there's an X on the ground, land here. We need your help. Come save us, right? So then the government is going to come save you from a problem which they created, just to be the hero and the villain of the exact same story. It's the exact same things that these corporations are sitting up there doing, where they're creating a problem and a solution and just keeping that thing circulating. When it seems like where the solution is working way too well, let's get rid of that situation just a little bit so we can bring the problem back in. Okay, the problem is a little bit too much. Let's bring back in a solution. That's all it is. It's a whole game. Again, the reason I'm sitting up here talking about the corporation and that I did a comparison with the government is because all of those are the exact same thing. Corporations and government. America, the corporation. That's it. That's all it is. That's all it is. And like I said, if people don't believe me, go look up your paperwork with your birth certificate and your social security. I've been saying this for like years. for a variety of live streams and videos. Like I said, if you don't gotta believe nothing that I'm sitting up just saying. If you believe that the government is doing the best that they that they're allowed to do or whatnot or whatever, you truly love and all this about, no problem. It's cool. But I will implore you, just like I will tell everybody else, if you don't believe anything that I'm saying, go look up the actual meanings of your social security and your birth certificate. Just go do that. Just go do that. Just go do that. Just on a whim. Just on a whim. Just out of all the videos that you just so happen to watch and peruse through on TikTok and whatnot, go do a little bit of research on your social security and your birth certificate. Like I said, you'll be laughing when you find out certain stuff. And then if you get a little bit too deep in the information, you'll start finding some more stuff. And it's like, these numbers are not letting me do certain things, but it exists, but I can't do what it is that I'm supposed to be able to do with these numbers specific. I'm like, that's a little bit weird. I'm like, so who has control over it? Like I said, I did it once, I did it twice, I did it 3 times, and I had an understanding that what we all talk about on an everyday basis is small in comparison to the things that are actually moving that nobody is even aware of. That's not even, like I said, when you look at anybody, as a lot of people say that there's a lot of people out here, telling truths and all of these things, and to an extent there is. But how many of these people are telling you about your social security card, those numbers, the federal bank that's actually attached to, again, not your Santander, not your Wells Fargo, not your JP Morgan Chase, whatever bank that you normally go to or what that card states, that is not your actual bank. Your stuff is linked to an actual federal bank. If you don't know what a federal bank is, look that up as well. Like I said, the moment in time that you get too deep and you start, getting information, you'll realize the full scope of everything, and you'll see how much of a distraction a lot of things are. Like I said, there's distraction on distraction on distraction on distraction to keep you looking from at the sky. Again, that's what a lot of stuff is. But anyways, let's go to some of these comments. Yo, Mahoko, what is up? What is up? DC Precise said, tell them efforts to pull themselves up by their bootstraps. Bars. Black First Coffee, what is up? What is up? What is up? Jug said, what is it? What is it? Let me go back up. Russell Casey, what is up? What is up? Said, I hear that the brick lady did not turn herself in. She's supposed to have ran to Jamaica. That's supposed to be the word, right? I thought she turned herself in. Let me see something real quick. That's not it. Let me see something real quick. Because last time I checked, nah. All right, so let me showcase this real quick. Oh, that's not it. There we go. Yeah, so this is from Daphne Sutton's page. This is the black woman that I showcased to y'all before, and also periodically over the years, live streams, videos, whatnot. So this is the picture of Rhoda, her mugshot. I think, what is this? The paperwork to the side, right? Osmond Rhoda, right? Assignment. This is Tuesday, March 5th, 2024 at 9 a.m. Right? So that's the paperwork. So I guess what is that going to be, like a trial or something that's going to happen somewhere, I guess, like later on. And her bond, I think it was $10K, if I'm correct, from what I read from one of the other posts. Yeah, she got a $10,000 bond. And you had people out here starting up and going through stating that, Rhoda, she needs help. A lot of things are sitting up there taking place, all these other things, yada, yada, yada. And, trying to help, get her money. and whatnot. I'm pretty sure she got money. You know, if she's able to, you know, go out there and take trips and get jewelry and tattoo, she got money. That woman, she got money. Like I said before, as she stated before, she is a single mother, and she listed all these other type of titles, and that she's Muslim, and she's a refugee, and you know she's a student, and she got money. Like I said, if you got money to sit up there and take trips and do the things that you want to sit up there and do, you got money to sit up there and get yourself directly out of jail. And this is the other thing too. It's been stated that she's been reportedly receiving some type of threats or whatever. Now, like I told people before, I can disagree with or dislike the stuff that people are doing. I don't give out threats. I don't do that. Like I said, it is what it is. You will be made accountable for the things that you are specifically doing. Again, the internet is a crazy place. You can't control everybody and what it specifically is that they are going to directly write or say to somebody. That's a person on per person, you know, type of basis thing. So again, that has nothing to do with Daphne or anybody else. Go directly after those people leaving those crazy messages and send those notes to the proper authorities. That's all I can sit up there and tell you. But when it deals with people being made to be held accountable for their own actions, 100% about that life. Like I said, she's being made to be held accountable. And you still got a lot of women directly out here and other individuals who are still doing all of these other type. I'm like, yo, people just not listening. The police are now here. The DA. Like, it's crazy. It's like you're not going to sit up there and try to tell people like they're wrong or they're incorrect when you literally have the DA. You got the DA office sitting up there talking. It don't matter what you sit up there and say on a social media platform. You can be a TikTok or whatever you are. Yo, it is what it is. DA is in here. You are not the DA. You are not a lawyer. It is done. Whatever happens is what is going to, you know, what is going to happen. You know, like I said, it's crazy out here. And I left that comment up here too. Scammers provide jobs for law enforcement. It's funny how that worked out. It's very interesting. You know how that specifically, you know, worked out. You know, talking about that right there. Let me take that down real quick. There's actually another story down here. I'll probably sit up there and check as well. Daphne was on somebody else too, because there's a woman up here that got an overweight daughter, and the girl can barely even like sit straight in a chair and whatnot. And I'm like, there is no reason that little girl should be at that weight. I'm like, that's crazy. Like that's the type of neglect directly right there. Let me see if I can get the other post. And then let me see, what day are we on? We on the 24th. All right, so yeah, I don't even gotta go over the previous stuff. But yeah, to my knowledge, she's in custody. I'm not sure if she paid the 10K or not, but she in custody. Yo, Ronnie, what is up? Said, I've been to the joint, and while playing chess, a prison guard said he likes criminals because it's job security. I believe it. You also said he loves how Chicago has failed in schools. I believe it. I want 100% believe it. I believe it. You know, much love and appreciation. I'm glad you out. Glad you don't have to, you know, be in there seeing a lot of the, you know, the stuff that be going on and whatnot. But you know, like I said, I full-fledged believe it, because again, if you don't have people to lock up, then you're not going to have COs no more. If you don't have people to lock up, you're not going to have police no more. It's like if we came through with a society where we completely got rid of the ability for fires to even happen, we're not going to have firefighters. If we came up with cures for every single disease, we're not going to have doctors no more, because there's going to be no use, realistically, unless you just really want to know the knowledge and the information and you want to study it. But if you got a cure-all for every single disease and cancer out here, there's no need for the medical field, right? So that's a whole other thing of money that is now gone for people. So that lets you know that if if at a point in time that things are still happening and persisting when it deals with people getting sick and cancer and all of these things, that's due to the effect of the medical field not doing what it is that they're supposed to be doing. Again, they have the ability to stop a lot of these things. They opt not to do it because they want to wean people on these quote unquote cures and all these other types of things in order to keep making these millions, multi-millions, hundreds of millions, billions, multi-billions, hundreds of billions of dollars. That's what they want to do. That's all they want to sit up there and do. Like I said, they come up with the problem and then they'll sit up there and give you the solution. It's the exact same thing. Exact same thing. Jug said insurance pays payoff for losses, organized racketeering, especially if they have internal theft from their end. That's bars. Andy, what is up? What is up? Andy said, I said it's been a while since I last checked in with you. Been busy setting up a new business. Hope you and yours are well. Much love, respect, and appreciation. Hopefully, your business is going pretty well. Hopefully the setup is going pretty fantastic. It's going to go as expedient as it should be so that you can, like I said, I'm not sure what business it is, so that you can just have the doors open. Don't matter if it's virtual, if it's brick and mortar, so that you can start getting that business. So you can start getting those patrons, making that money. Jug said, and business that leaves the neighborhood because of massive theft were just threatened to get dropped by insurance companies. That's why they stepped off. The only reason. True. Ronnie said he told me he put 2 kids through college and likes that the state doesn't invest in public schools. Yeah, they don't. Now, if it's a private school, the state will invest in private schools, but the state is not going to invest in public at all. That's why, like I told y'all before, I went through like 3 different, when I was younger, 3 different private schools. And my mom put me through those, right? And there's a massive difference in education when it deals with private schools and public schools. Massive difference. Like I said, the math and stuff that I was doing in private school, in elementary, middle school, private school, is the same stuff I ended up doing when I stepped through the doors of high school. And I'm like, what is this? I'm like, yo, how am I looking at math that I was doing like in the 6th or whatever grade? How am I looking at that math from years ago? And I'm coming into high school and y'all talking about, all right, we're about to be in algebra 1 and all. I'm like, bro, we were doing this back in middle school. What are y'all doing? What are y'all doing? And this is the other thing I want to reiterate too. And this is coming from, I want to say innocence, technically a student, because I did both private and public school. For the parents out there, let me just let y'all know this. These schools give your kids trash education. I'm just going to be honest. Just going to be honest. Because a lot of the stuff, and if as adults, if we're all going to be honest, at least about something once in our lives, this is something I'm pretty sure that people can be honest with. A lot of the stuff, 90+% of the stuff that we learned throughout school was garbage. Why do I say that? Because it has nothing to do with a job. It doesn't have to do with a job tenure. It doesn't have to do with a career. All of that information is not going to make you success. The main things that we only needed: math, multiplication, addition, subtraction, right? And maybe just a little bit of fractions. But it's a rare percentage of time at a job that you're going to be using fractions. At most ordinary jobs, you're not going to be at McDonald's using fractions. You're not going to be working in fast food using fractions. You're not going to be working at a retail store dealing with fractions. You're not going to be at GameStop, fractions. You're not going to be at a corporate job, fractions. That's not happening. So it's like all of the time that was spent learning all of this extra type of stuff that we realistically didn't need, they could have actually legitimately gave us an education that would have been more useful, that could have actually prepared us to be out there in the world. Because realistically, high school, they'll feed you trash, real food, education, trash, and then they'll send you out there into the world, expect you to be a productive adult, knowing how to survive, when you still didn't give kids the tools necessary to actually survive. So this is when people still got to be living with their parents and still struggling to get up on their feet up until they're roughly around 24, 25. And now they finally got their legs under them. And now they can actually start moving and start walking and start doing the things that normal adults start doing. Realistically, if we were prepared the way that we should be, you got kids that technically should be able to actually work, in a sense, do adulting when they're teenagers in high school. So that's from the period of about 14, 15, all the way up to like 18. From those ages right there, kids should be able to actually start, doing some adulting. It shouldn't take 18 and then years after that to still get your feet wet and to still try to understand and get your bearings. Like, that don't make any type of sense. Like I said, that shows you how jacked up the system is. The real way that this should work is you give kids classes on, let's say, okay, geography, fine, no problem. You give them some science, fine, again, no problem, because there's a little bit of science in everything. Have a little bit of understanding how things are basically made, produced, polymers, and because that will actually go into things such as cooking, right? Science fits in with cooking, right? If you're a cook, math also fits in there too, right? If you are, let's say, dealing with agriculture, you're dealing with building, then that's when you start, okay, we're going to start throwing in some fractions. We're going to start doing this, and we're going to throw in some sides and some angles. That's different. Like I said, specific education for a specific type of job. Don't just throw everything directly at a kid and they'll just figure out what sticks because they got to figure out what they're going to do in life. That's stupid. Give a very standard, generalized, easy to understand education. And with that education, also enable these kids to do trades. So put the auto shop directly back in there. Put home ec directly back in there. Put wood shop back in there. Put masonry, electrical working. Put all of these trades back into those schools. Again, the reason that you don't have a lot of these things in standardized schools, when I'm specifically and what Ronnie was talking about when it deals with public schools, the reason that you don't have any of this stuff directly in there is because they don't want people, you including me, to be successful when we step out here at the age of 18. They want us to struggle. They want us to be dependent. They want us to be inefficient. That's what they want. Because remember, America thrives off of people not being able to survive. America thrives off of people being dependent specifically on them in a government. Again, this is how corporations make money. They create a problem and then they'll sit up there and possibly maybe give a solution. And then they'll repeat the cycle. Rinse, wash, and repeat. So even if, let's say you as a person, right, you were one of the ones that was a teenager, you were lucky enough to be like, okay, I'm going to be at a school where I'm going to get my 4 years done in school and I'm also going to get 4 years done in college. That's great. That's awesome for you. Now you graduated, you're in your 30s or whatever, now you decide to sit up there and have kids. What does that then mean for the education of your kids? Your kids aren't going to be able to receive that same thing because they were like, oh man, we had a little bit too many students that actually were successful. They were actually able to sustain themselves. No, we got to stop that. We got to cut that out. We're going to only specifically have this as a high school now. Because let me tell you something. When I graduated from my high school, right, which was Oak Park High, when I graduated from there, we found out as the seniors, we had our last year there. They were implementing certain changes to basically turn it into like a preparatory, type of school. Again, preparatory, that's more money and all this other type of stuff, yada, 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 right? And then we found out they were like, yeah, so next year for the people coming in and even for the sophomores, and the juniors, they're going to be able to start taking, college courses. And I'm like, hold on. So you mean to tell me that we did our 4 years and they knew that this is the plan that they wanted to implement, but they opted not to do it then? They now want to do it when we're leaving? And I'm like, this is what I be talking about with schools. They will literally make sure to have it so that people will be inefficient, so that people are not fully educated the way that they should actually be educated. Like I said, you got a lot of schools out here that are directly in line with the jail and the prison systems, and along with the government. All of these things work in tandem. It's a vicious cycle. People just got to connect the dots. People just got to sit up there and see it. A lot of people don't want to happen to see it because everybody's going to bring race in this. This happens to everybody, and yada yada. Right? They're going to decide to do all of that type of nonsense. But again, we're dealing with the fact that we have people out here with inefficient knowledge, inefficient education. The education that you get directly from high school is not going to automatically start you off and get you a nice paying job. But if you have those same kids with that quote unquote inefficient education, and then you also allow them within that to do a trade, those kids are going to be efficient. Even with or without that education, they're going to be efficient because now they got a trade. They got a skill directly under their belt. That's knowledge that can't nobody take from them. And not only can they sit up there and make it in the United States, they can take that same exact, it don't matter if it deals with ACs. It don't matter if it's dealing with masonry, bricklaying, concrete, stuff like that. Even being a florist or whatnot, whatever. Any one of those trade skills, you can take that from here to anywhere else around the world. Again, that's allowing you to be sufficient in a world. That's allowing you to actually be a full-fledged adult and walk and see sights and do things that you would never be able to do normally. That's also allowing you to skip the quote-unquote 4 years of college and going to the universities and spending the $50 to $1,000 and whatnot a year. Struggling. A trade will speed you past all of that in a couple of months to a year, maybe at max 2 years. And as soon as you get that trade, you got two decisions. You can either decide to be an apprentice, you can go and work for somebody else, or depending on what the trade is, you can start up your own business. Because you got the education, you got the certification, so can't nobody stop you from starting up a business. Like I said before, you got 3 different ways to sit up there and slice that trade, to slice the education. How can you slice a high school education? You can't. It used to be at a point in time where people were like, when I was younger, people were like, yeah, man, I'm about to sit up there. A bachelor's, right? An associate's was almost like a bachelor's in a sense. Well, no, I'm sorry. So you have the high school diploma, right? So then it was like the high school diploma don't matter no more. You need an associate's, right? Because at one point in time in society, a high school diploma, you had the high school diploma, it was almost like you graduated college, right? You could sit up there and go for a multitude of jobs. And then they switched it. It was like, we got too many people graduating. We got to switch this. Okay, so now we're going to move it to associates. Now the high school diploma is out of the way. So now it's like, even if you got the high school, the new high school is basically the associates, right? So then once people started going out there and get their associates, like, man, we got too many associates. So now, again, the high school diploma don't exist no more. Now the associates was the equivalent of a high school diploma, but now it's the bachelor's. So now the bachelor's is basically the associates and a high school diploma. And that's what you used to sit up there and hear a lot of people talking, I'm going to school, I'm getting my bachelor's, I'm doing this, I'm doing that, right? Like I said, they keep pushing this up and up and up and up. The moment in time that people meet the requirement, they move the goalpost, right? So people are graduating, up, move the goalpost. People are getting their associates, up, move the goalpost. People are getting their bachelor's, up, move the goalpost. So now that's forcing people to stay longer and longer in college and spend more and more money. It's a racket. Why do that when you can just sit up there and go to a trade school for a few $100 to $1,000? And then you can come out within a little bit of time with more money in your bank account and your pocket and start up a business or work for somebody else making a nice bit of money. Like I said, people got to realize and understand why it is that they took a lot of these schools and things like that out. And that's in a lot of communities. In a lot of communities. So, it's crazy. Jug says, Seji, you just described how 45 always played the narrative to play the superhero in the end of his presidency. Hey, like I said, I don't got no dog in this race. It's going to be an interesting race, though. You see how people are sitting up there bowing out gracefully, and then you see Trump is sitting up there showing up. Like I said, this dude has been doing his campaigning for like the last 4 years. While everybody else been just sitting there relaxing and be like, yeah, we got this in the bag, this, that, and the third. Like I said, everybody want to sit up there and do this, work easy, not harder. But this dude been sitting up there campaigning no matter what's going on, going in and out of court. This dude getting mugshots. This dude getting questioned about everything thrown at him, and he's still sitting up there answering. He's still sitting up there standing. It is going to be very interesting. Very interesting how 2024 is going to be. It's going to be very, very interesting. Like I said before, just like y'all saw, and I want people, just let me put it back. Remember how when Dave Chappelle didn't want to sit up there and do a sitcom no more because the powers that be were trying to, do a whole bunch of other stuff. So he just sat up there and like left them the show. Y'all can finish it out, write it however y'all want to write it. It's going to be trash, but y'all got it. No problem. Y'all can keep it, right? And the stuff, it sank down, it devalued. People were siding with Dave and they were losing money. And then they decided to bring, him back in there, have a conversation and settle things and all this other type of stuff. And they started running back the Chappelle show, right? But remember during that time how the media all got together and tried to tell the whole world that Dave Chappelle was a crackhead, that he was crazy, and they did that in unison literally overnight? Pay attention to how it is that when it dealt with Trump, that all of the social media platforms got together and they were like, yeah, we're going to ban him indefinitely. He's not going to be up here. We're not going to allow him to talk. He's reckless. He's out of all of the content that you literally have that is detrimental to society that is online. They were like, no, sitting president, this is the utmost detrimental that I've ever seen in my life. We have to end this right now. We have to make sure that he is not on social media. And I'm like, people got a short-term memory. People forgot about that. So you got a person that had to deal with getting banned universally on social media platforms. The heads, the top city, it wasn't moderators, it wasn't workers, it was the billionaires of these companies that made sure that he was not going to be on their platform at all. And if you basically spoke about it or stated anything, they were going to come directly after your content. I knew this because YouTube did that to me. So now you got that person that had to deal with that uphill battle on a world stage. Now you got him dealing with the United States, going through there, and he's just been campaigning while everybody else just been taking vacations, doing a little bit of bickering and shouting matches and rah, rah, rah in between each other in the offices, and then but secretly knocking back a couple of beers and all this other type of shit because things are a show. The same people that you see arguing back and forth across the aisle, they sit up there and share drinks every once in a while. They go to these large meetings where everybody is at. They see everybody. They shake hands. Oh, hey, how you doing, Bills? Like, hey, all this. Like I said, it's all a game. But yet, when it deals with society, everybody's like, no, the Democrats are better than this. No, the Republicans are better than this. And yeah, like I said, people refuse to sit up there and see how the game is getting played. And this is how people are getting got. Like I said before, let it be a moment in time where the American people are like, hey, we're not voting. You're still going to have a president because the electoral colleges, the real power, they're going to be the ones that's going to put somebody in office. So again, when you got a lot of these people out here telling y'all that y'all need to vote, y'all need to vote, y'all need to vote, yeah, that's a lie. And I'm just going to state it like this. When it deals with the presidency, when it deals, let me be more specific. When it deals with the president of the United States, and people are sitting up there getting out here telling you that you need to vote, no, you don't. Let the electoral colleges vote because those are the main ones that have been voting. I was around when, what was it? Al Gore was supposed to win at one moment in time. And that's not what took place. That's not what happened. He had the popular vote and whatnot or whatever, and then magically something went wrong directly in that. I remember it was another instance when it dealt with like George Bush and it was like some machines down in Florida and they had to do a recount and magically it was, something up there. Then you had an instance when supposedly Hillary was going to sit up there and win and something. Like I said before, people better be listening and paying attention because if people go back further enough, go back to when Biden was first in office and when everybody it was a shit show and everybody was shouting back and forth and all this other type of stuff. The electoral colleges came out and it was like, yo, Biden is the president of the United States. It's been said and it's done. And that was it. Everybody that was arguing, everybody that was shouting and talking, nobody had that energy after the electoral colleges came out and stated that. I was like, huh. So I'm like, when the people sit up there and shout and bicker and they're saying that this person won. No, this person won. Magically, it's like, it's completely fine. But when Big Daddy electoral colleges comes up, magically everybody just shuts up. And now they just move around. I'm like, look at that. So those are the people that got the real power. But like I said, people are not paying attention because there's so many distractions out here to take your eyes off of certain things that are put directly in front of you. Like I told y'all before, they will put the truth directly in front of you, but you're just not going to see it or pay attention to it because you're going to be distracted by other things, aka hiding the truth in plain sight. So if they can put a whole bunch of noise and nonsense on social media, they can insert truth wherever they want to sit up there and put it because they know at the end of the day, only so few people are going to get it. And even if those few people do actually get it, it don't matter because it's not enough to even make it a relevant problem. So like I said, this is why a lot of things stay the same. This is why things are not switching. Like I said before, like one dude said, if you really wanted to change gun laws, have the black community overnight go up and all get their license. Gun laws will start changing. I promise you they will. I promise you they will. You'll start seeing laws like you've never seen before. And you'll start seeing them try to pass legislation dealing with law enforcement and other stuff like that to add more protections. But I'm like, nah. You got people able to protect themselves, so you can't be doing the stuff that you normally sit up there and do because everything comes with consequences. You can't decide to just barge into somebody's house unannounced and then you want to be doing, you can't do that because people want to defend themselves now. Because like I said, it's all fun and games when you're able to do the stuff that you want to do randomly, but when people can do that exact same thing and defend themselves, now it's a problem. And like I said, that is what is going to happen. Black First said, where you are alone. Yep. Yo, Pink, what is up? What is up? Much love, respect, and appreciation. Andy said, also look up the meaning of maritime law. It has a lot to do with the topic now being discussed. By the way, greetings from London, England, my brother. Yo, Andy, what is up? Much love, respect, and appreciation. What is up? What is up? What is up? Matter of fact, I might just, I'm glad you brought that up. Let me just type that in. Let me see. I'll do a separate video about that. Got you. I will do a separate video directly about that. Let me make sure I put law directly after that. All right. So I'm going to keep that right up there and I'm going to go over that and get the best understanding possible. I think I remember some stuff, but I'm just going to do a little bit of a refresher and I'll make a solo video so I can specifically go over and read over, a lot of the stuff. Like I said, it's the boring stuff that people don't like to pay attention to, Mind of Major from Baltimore. What is up? What is up? Says salute, brother Seji, and salute to chat. Sham, what is up? Said, hey Seji, what do you think about them kicking kids out of schools for immigrants right now? I covered that. What was the live stream? I think that might have been like a week. Was it a week or so ago? And I stated to people that is a problem, but a lot of people aren't realistically going to care about it because it's not specifically happening to them or theirs. It's happening to a whole different community, which everybody likes to turn a blind eye to. A lot of times when these things take place, when it deals with immigration, black people, the black community is going to be the first ones that's going to have to deal with the brunt and the worst directly of it. And nobody's going to scream, holler, or cry. It's going to be black people that's going to be bringing the noise, going to the town hall meetings, talking to the mayors and the police and all these other types of high-ranking officials and whatnot, trying to bring awareness on how detrimental and how this is going to be a burden directly on a community that has a burden itself. And like I said, nobody wants to talk about it. And the moment in time that this problem starts to reach everybody else's community, I'll do videos on it. I'll showcase it. And I'm going to sit up there and just honestly say that I don't care. I'm going to expend the exact same energy that other people have freely given when it deals with black people, their problems in their community, and black people trying to bring awareness to a problem that just is not going to solely affect black people, but it's going to affect everybody. Right. And I'm going to give the exact same energy. So I'm not going to have time for the nonsense of people sitting up here. Yeah, we need to do something about this now. This is not just affecting one community. This is affecting all of us. It's affecting everybody right now. But like I said before, black people are just the poster childs for it right now, and people don't want to pay attention to it because of the face. Let's be honest. People don't want to pay attention because of the face and who the poster child is. But they will. Sham said, of course, and so the system has to be designed to create criminals, create fires, create homelessness so that the people who profit off of these things make millions and billions of dollars. Speaking of which, I'm glad you brought up the thing about homelessness, right? The interesting thing about that is, as what I've told y'all before, and I've tried to consistently show this off throughout the years, The government, along with us being self-sufficient, the government does not like you helping people that need help. So if you want to go out there, like let's say like you are a chef, right? You've been working in Michelin restaurants, you are a 5-star chef. You can cook any culture of food, right? And you want to sit up there and feed the homeless. You know the police will come through and give you a ticket. You know the police will come through and potentially arrest you. You know the police can come through and they could destroy the property and the food. It can be freshly cooked directly right there. And they will sit up there and pour water all over the food to destroy it. And this is when I sit up there and try to tell, and I watched a video like this happen before. It was one where it was a Caucasian woman who normally goes out there and she helps the homeless. She feeds them. And she's been getting ticketed for months, right? In a video that I posted. There was other instances where you had some guys out there. I'm pretty sure somebody has seen viral videos of guys going out there and they're barbers and they give homeless dudes haircuts. I can't tell you how many videos I've seen where cops will show up and they'll just give a dude a ticket. And the cops will be sitting there and they'll just be like watching the dude. I'm like, dog, what are y'all doing? I'm like, dude, there's literally crimes going on, severe, serious crimes. I'm pretty sure that there's a cat up a tree somewhere, but they want to sit up there and harass somebody that's helping out the homeless. Like I told y'all before, this country is not for you helping out other people. That's not how you profit. You profit by going solo dolo. You profit by only looking out for yourself. They do not want you having groupthink. They do not want you being a group. If you are a group, it's only because of a narrative that they specifically gave you and indoctrinated you with that you're supposed to carry and be a group with. If you're of a part of a individual think tank and you decide that you want to be a group and you're thinking outside of the box, outside of the boundaries, outside of the arena that it's specifically set for you, oh, it's a problem. They're going to come after you. They're going to disrupt you. They are going to destroy you. They're going to do a variety of things specifically out here in order to impede and stop from any type of success. It wasn't too long ago. What was it? The lady in red, J. Edgar Hoover, sat up there and said that the only way that the black community will receive a black messiah is if we make one for them. That's the same thing with the government. The only way that you're going to receive freedom or a type of free way of thinking is if we deliver it and give it to you, if we teach it to you. Like I said, people got to pay attention. Everything is connected. Everything is connected. Again, when you start looking at a lot of problems and situations, you start seeing how things are linked line to line and everything and cross in between. Mario said that's the reason for so many homelessness all over the world, human harvesting for those things. That is facts. I got to be, very careful with words because YouTube tried to hit me on a live stream previously. Talk about some type of a certain type of misinformation. So, I gotta monitor those words when I repeat comments now. Sham says, so state only invest property taxes in schools, and so they designed it this way so that poor area provides poor education. Federal dollars go into public schools, but that is stolen always. Facts. Sham says, Seji, every time I hear you talk, I feel like you grew up in Milwaukee like me. Wait, are you saying because of like an accent or something like that? I mean, I am from the Midwest, born and raised in Detroit. I mean, ain't that far apart. Michigan, Milwaukee, it's not that far. That's over there. It's right up there. Ain't that far. Black First said, when you're in a glorified daycare center, yeah. Yo, Royal King 733, what is up? Said 100% factual truth being brought out strongly. Thanks for the information on the instances of other information. Not doing anything to cure. It's all about money. That's facts. That's facts. That is complete. I can say medical field. Yeah. That's all facts. That is, like I said, all people got to do is just look it up. Like I said, I just talk about the stuff. I don't expect people to, truly believe or take in anything that I'm saying. You can take it with a grain of salt, no problem. Like I've always told people before, you don't got to take me 100%. Just go out there and do your own research. That's all you got to sit up there and do. whatever information I just so happen to learn or know, I'm going to sit up there and, in some type of way, fashion, or form, I'm going to give that specifically to you. And, in hopes that, people go out there on a limb and, go do their own research and go find out, what the truth is, or what their version of, or their perception of any of the information, is for them, and then pass that on. Andy says schools used to teach trades here in the UK, from bricklaying to mechanics. That's all gone now. Damn, I ain't know that. That's crazy. I'm sorry that happened. Hopefully, you'll have some people out there that will decide to try to open those things back up, because those things are a necessity. Like I said before, I'm about people being self-sufficient, and I'm about people, having the information, and also, teaching what it is that people need to specifically learn. That's what I'm specifically about. It is a necessity. It is a need. It is something that needs to be done. But again, in order to have that happen, you have to have like-minded people in order to make this a thing. You have to have like-minded people in order to keep everything going. Because if you don't, everything is going to fall apart pretty quick. And then you also need like-minded people in order to keep that support going. Because again, you can have one person with very great intentions that wants to successfully do something, but you got that one person up against mountains. You got that one person up against multitudes or the world. So again, it's awesome having one person, but you need a multitude of people in order to face an army. Sham said, you notice the things you need in life. They cut out the education, civil law, financial education, all the trades, the arts, driver's ed, etc. All these have been cut in poor neighborhoods. Yeah, that's true. The first people to sit up there and suffer is going to be the middle class and the poor. My mom, and she still states to this day that, hey, sometime, during your lifetime, if I'm here or not, there's going to be a change. There used to be a classification of poor, middle, rich. She says soon enough it's just going to be poor and it's going to be rich. So what they're basically doing at this moment in time, as people are able to see, they're doing everything that they can to get rid of the middle class. So before the middle class, you can come directly out of high school, you can work a factory job, you can have a little bit of education, and you can have a standard issue job that's going to pay well. Because remember, back in the 1960s, the guy used to be, the husband used to be the leader of the household. His job would suffice in paying for the full family, right back in those days. Now you can't do that anymore. You literally need to have two people working. And you have a lot of people out here that opt and decide to state that, a man should be paying for this, that, and the third. I'm like, you're literally living in an economy that does not even allow, to an extent, a person that is single to be able to survive by themselves evenly. So then what do you think that means if a person is in a relationship with a whole nother person? How do you think that that's going to work out? So what, you're going to have one person, which is the guy, going out here working 3 jobs in order to basically take care of the whole house. So the guy's out there stressed out. He doesn't have any time to his health. He doesn't have any vacation. He can't watch out for himself. He's not looking out for his health. He's not spending time with his wife. He's not spending time with his kids. He's barely even there. So it's like, how do you specifically expect, for these things to, in a sense, work out and what? But yeah, that's the society that we in a sense live in, at this moment in time, where, some people think that, one type of money wise, like one thing should basically suffice. And it's, again, we're not living in a society of what once we used to, right? What was that? Sham said what? Andy said private schools teach their students to be leaders, and state/comprehensive schools teach you to be followers. That's facts. That is facts. Royal King said 100% factual truth. The education system, I've always disagreed with how we were taught. Ronnie said, I watched a documentary called Saving Superman. I remember that, about why the school system, why the school fails each year after year. Sham said, even in the medicine field, working as a pharmacist assistant, CNA, EMT, and etc., these are only certified degrees that could freely be taught in public schools and get kids actually. Yeah, that'll be like, just imagine that. Just imagine if you allowed kids in high school to take classes to become like a CNA or to become an EMT or to become a pharmacist. Like, do you understand how sufficient a lot of kids in high school will start to become, like, very early on, instead of having kids having to be like, okay, I'm 18, I'm now out here in the world. What the hell do I do? Right? Like, that makes no type of sense to sit up there and decide to leave kids out there for them to try to fend for themselves. They're supposed to be taught how it is to basically move, the jobs that they should be able to go for. Realistically, they don't even have to get taught that, because if they have the proper education, they're going to be able to specifically go for those jobs. Again, like Sham stated, just imagine giving those kids the ability to learn how to be a pharmacist assistant, to be a CNA, to be a EMT. Just imagine that. Like I said, it's a lot of power in that. But like I said before, it's more power in having people being dependent on you. That's what it is. At the end of the day, the government doesn't care about people. The government doesn't care about kids or anything like that. They care specifically about making people dependent and making sure that they are not, self-sufficient. Like, that's all it is. What was it? Andy said, give a man a fish and he'll eat for a day. Yeah, that's true. Ronnie said, the powers that be have a head count of specific jobs. They want people of how many people can be qualified for certain jobs. Yeah. And Officer Haku, or, Outlaw, as I call him, who was a part of the channel, he got turned away from some jobs before because they stated that he was overqualified. And I'm like, that's completely crazy to me. Before, like, when my mom had told me some stuff like that, I'm like, overqualified? I'm like, how are you overqualified for a job? Like, how is that even a thing? But it's an actual thing. You can actually have, quote unquote, so much education that a job is like, hey, you're not qualified in order to, specifically do this. You're overqualified, right? So we don't really have a position. That all that's saying is, when you have a ridiculous amount of education, the only thing that the job is saying is like, hey, we respect the fact that you got all this education, but respectfully, we're not going to hire you because we know your worth, and we're not willing to pay you that. We would rather pay somebody who has less of an education than you, less money, versus paying you what you actually want and actually deserve for the education that you have. That's what it is. That's how that, basically works out, which is completely crazy. Completely crazy. Like I said, somebody being overqualified for a job makes no sense. Makes no sense. But again, they want to save money. They don't want to pay people. It is what it is. Ronnie said, combined with capitalism. Yep. Andy said, teach a man to fish, he'll feed himself and his family for a lifetime. Facts. Jay said, oh man, I was just talking about this the other day. Great minds think alike. Great minds think alike. Ronnie said, the value of object is about who can't afford to have it keeps his value. That's true. That is true. Like I said, if everybody had diamonds, De Beers and whatnot wouldn't be able to sell diamonds for the amount of money because they would be way too common. And that's the other thing too. If you look at certain documentaries, they'll tell you about how diamonds are actually in abundance. They have a multitude of diamonds, just like held in vaults. Like, they have crazy amount of diamonds, right? That's how common they are. But they only release a little bit to the market. Right. It's the same thing with, like, I keep making a reference when it deals with Jordans, right? You got a lot of people out here that want Jordans. And because the companies know that, they'll make sure that the supply is low because the demand is very high. So therefore, they can put as much money or price them however it is that they want to, price them at, all sorts of type of stuff. If Jordans were basically common, no matter what rarity of the Jordans, people wouldn't be able to sit up there and sell them for about $650, $4,000, $2,000, $3,000, $5,000, $10,000. People wouldn't be able to do that. Then the companies wouldn't be able to sell you Jordans for years for $250, $300, $400. They couldn't do that. Nor would you have the abundance of people waiting in line to go get those shoes, because they wouldn't care to. It was like, oh, this is just too common. Everybody got them. It is what it is. I'll just get those, in a month or so. I'll just focus on something else that everybody ain't doing. I'll focus on something else that's a lot rare or whatever it is. Like I said, that's what it is. Everybody want to be, special and then common at the same time, which makes no sense. It's like I said, it's a culture that was fostered by society. And again, it is what it is. Going back to the Bears. If diamonds were as common as they are, it wouldn't take a man, what they usually say, 2 to 3 months salary for him to afford a woman a ring. It's not even that no more, because now it's astronomical what it is that, you got some women saying that they deserve as a ring, which is crazy. So, like I said, it's a crazy society. Ronnie said, Sham said, it's not even just that. You can get out of college, and the first thing employers want is the worker to have 2 or 3 years experience. I just spent 4 to 12 years in college. What job experience? Yeah, that's the other crazy part too. If you literally went to school for said job, they move the goalposts. Like, okay, you sat up there, you did what it is that we initially wanted you to do, but since too many people are doing it, we got to move this goalpost. Now, since you did the school for like 4 to 12 years, we need you to have, 2 to 5 years of job experience. Huh? What? All of my experience is basically in college just to sit up there and be able to get my foot into the door. And now you're telling me when I just opened the door, cracked it open, just squeeze my foot directly in that crack, now you're telling me you're pushing me back out and putting more locks on the door. I'm like, that don't make any sense. But like I said, that is the system. That is where we are living at this moment in time when it deals with society and how it is that they decide to implement these certain types of blocks or, regulations or rules or what have you. Like I said, it's crazy. J Love said the major employers aren't even asking for diplomas anymore. Candidates are bums. Sham said, pay attention to the people that the establishment go after the hardest, and it says a lot about what's going on. Facts. Also said, and yes, and they cheated to let Bush in office. Hey, it is what it is. Some people got to be old enough to understand to actually witness these things taking place. Like I said, a lot of the newer generation don't know nothing about this. They would have to sit up there and watch, potentially some TikTok videos to get an understanding. Andy said, people are fickle and politicians know and love this for a fact. So long as their policies benefit a person pre-election, they'll get your vote regardless of the wrongdoings they've committed. This is facts. Royalty said they continue to lie about retirement benefits and requirements in order to get it correct. Sham said, as Seji, yep, remember the last gun law reform in America that we had was due to the Black Panther Party. Yeah. The moment in time that Black people started basically exercising their gun rights and going to the Capitol and protesting, right, doing the things they're supposed to do, we got to implement new laws. You can't do this. You can't do that. Like I said, if people really want gun laws in any society that you live in, except for Africa, because everybody there is melanated, right? If you really want gun laws to really change, allow every Black person out here to go get their license to carry. You'll see them change overnight, within that week. Matter of fact, within that month, legislators will get together and you'll start seeing a whole bunch of talk. You'll start seeing the mainstream media. Oh my God, like these we've been seeing increase in numbers of African Americans going out and getting their license to carry, and people don't know why. We're trying to figure it out. Let's go on the streets and ask them. That's what they're going to sit up there and do. And then you'll have other people, the fear mongers, they'll be like, oh, I told people, there was my great grandpappy told me a race war was going to start. This is the start of the war, right? That's what they're going to sit up there and say. So you're going to have two people working on their own narratives while Black people are just minding their own business, having the ability to basically, protect themselves legally. But yeah, everybody's going to be fear mongering and making up their own narrative, basically scaring and confusing people and instilling lack of knowledge into people of a whole bunch of nonsense, right? The same things that everybody else is able to do. They don't want, certain communities to be able to do that. You know, but also going back to royalty, when you were talking about retirement benefits and requirements, for the amount of people that we got at this moment in time, this is what I want y'all to do. Go look up life insurance. Go look up life insurance policies. Work with, like-minded people in your family and people that you trust and whatnot, or even if it's just with your kids. Go get a life insurance policy and start that. Like I said, if you don't understand what I'm saying, go look it up. Go look up life insurance policies and how they are specifically used. Go look up that information. It will be hugely, out of everything else that I'm going to more than likely say in this live stream, that is going to be the one bit of information that is going to be the most important. Go look up life insurance policies. Go look at how to put money directly into those, how to start those, what you could specifically use those for. Go look up all of the information. It is a whole world directly out there. Like, again, I'm sitting up here telling people there's a lot of information directly out there. A lot of truths are present, have been consistent. But a lot of people don't know and understand this because there's a field of distractions in front of their face. Again, like I said before, it's easy for them to put truth out there because they can hide it in plain sight by delivering a whole bunch of trash and garbage to you. So that's by way of social media. They can give you all of these videos to look here, 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 and here, while they put out these little bits of nuggets of truths. And they know that only so few people are going to actually pay attention and listen to it. They know it. But like I said, if you don't know about life insurance and how it's supposed to be used and properly used, go do that. It will benefit you and your family right now. I kid you not. So next we got Vincent Taylor said they want us relying on them. That is facts. Yo, what's up, Vincent? What's up? Tippy said, hey everyone, I know I'm late. What I missed, you missed everything, Tippy. Andy said Oprah is a prime example of not helping Black people in America. What she will do is buy up land and property and fire stricken Hawaii for her benefit. Yeah, her and many other celebrities, but also note that all of that land that the celebrities, the millionaires and the billionaires own, that land did not get touched. It didn't get scorched. It's crazy. And then out of all people, Oprah is sitting up there trying to start up a fund when you're a billionaire and you can easily give a little bit of your money to help out the little bit of people in Hawaii. Craziness. You want to take trips there. You want to do videos. You want a vacation. You want to buy property. You want to buy land. You want to have a gated area, but you can't decide to help out those people. And again, this is why I did a video before dealing with Hawaii to give out the information. Like I said, a lot of people don't like to talk about two things. Let me let y'all know something. If you really want to really diffuse an argument, when people always want to talk about why you always got to talk about race and all, talk about the Hawaiians. Educate yourself on the Hawaiians and what it is that the United States did to the Hawaiians, how it is that they took their land, how it is that they called a coup, right, to get rid of, their kings and their queens directly there. And so that the United States can take over that land. That's why back in, what was it, the 90s or the 2000s, the United States came out and gave a formal apology. And it was like, you know what, Hawaii, we are very apologetic and sorry what we did to your people and how it is that we took your land. Pay attention. So again, we're dealing with a whole nother race of people that were made to be a part of the United States because the United States wanted their land. Out of all the lands that the United States have, they wanted those two islands. They stripped that from those people. They took it from those people. They destroyed their government. So like I said, any moment in time, notice, and I want to make this very clear. Out of all of the conversations that a lot of people feel like they got a leg to stand on in order to try to shut Black people up, bring up the Native Americans, bring up the Hawaiians. Notice how nobody who is a conservative ever talks about how the United States government took the land from the Hawaiians. Notice how they don't talk about that. And I promise you, you can have the greatest of talkers who are Republican that can sit up there and switch a narrative and sway the argument. Let the Hawaiians be there. I want to see them. Like I said, when is the last time that you seen any conservative go to Hawaii and try to verbally battle the Hawaiians there, the natives there, over about their land and how it is that their stuff was stolen and taken? They're not, because that's a losing situation. Like I said, people are going to fight in battles that they know that they can win. That's what they're going to do. People are going to sit up there and debate Black people because, You're just going to sit up there and say race. You're going to say this. You're going to say that. You're going to say that you're owed something and all these. But look at what everybody else had to go through. All right, no problem. I got you. You want to do that? Let me be a black person and sit up there and start talking about the Hawaiians. What justification you got for that? What you going to tell me that the Irish and the Scottish have to do about that situation? How they went through the same? You're not. You're not. Like I said, if people want to move the goalposts, people better learn how to do it as well. Like I said, learn your information about the Hawaiians and what the United States has done directly to the Hawaiians and how they took their land forcefully. Go do that. It is very educational. Like I said, so the next time you have an argument with people online, start bringing up the information. People are going to be looking real stupid. They're going to be like, I don't know why you brought this up. This has nothing to do with the conversation. You're right. Just like what you said has nothing to do with the price of tea in China. So here we are in the middle of nowhere, just looking. Looks nice, don't it? Vincent said they want you to rely on them. I believe the reason why they want to ban guns is because not only would they be able to keep government in check, we could potentially police ourselves. That's another thing too. If you have, let's say, like if the Black Panther Party was still around, right, and they were as good as they were when they first started, the black community will be sufficient. The whole epidemic that we had with drugs, we would not have had it. That would not have been a thing. We would have been actually a-okay. Would have been far better off. And dealing with crime, we technically really wouldn't have much crime because we would have groups of men and women going around and policing the neighborhoods, taking care of things. We would be actually working as a community. And you would also have, because that would be so successful, you would have other people trying to implement the same thing. And you know what would inevitably happen? That would then make sure that police are out of a job because the crime is down in those neighborhoods, right? Because I want y'all to understand the main, no matter what police say about the black community and all this other type of stuff, they love working there because they're like, yo, I'm about to sit up there and work in the city. It's more money, it's overtime and all this. Like I said, they love that. But let black people, let the crime start declining. Let that money that they always get for overtime and stuff, let that start disappearing. And now they got to start doing normal shifts like everybody else, where it's just like an 8 or 9 hour shift. Oh, they're going to be struggling. They're going to be hurting. They're going to be crying. And now they're going to sit up there and try to find a way to cause a problem and an issue where there isn't one. So like I said before, everything is connected. Everything is connected. Black people came up with a solution for themselves that made them independent, so that they could be sufficient on their own, away from, the government with very little government oversight. The government's like, oh, no, we can't do this. We're not about to allow you to sit up there and have this happen. And then they ended that. So again, a lot of people like to say things are not about race, but when black people are the poster child, it is about race. And I want to reiterate this as well. What happens to black people first is going to inevitably happen to everybody else. It's just only a matter of time. It's just a little bit of a matter of time. That's all it takes, right? Sham said, yeah, you got that Midwestern accent, but I know all of us Midwest kids went through the same stuff when it comes to the system. Yeah. Yep. Hack said no sound. Oh, no. During the time I had it muted for a brief second. That's what happened, Hack. What's up, Hack? But yeah, we all pretty much went through the same system. Dealing with the school system and everything like that. Yeah, it's something. It's a piece of work. That's the best way I can sit up there and put it. Jug said, not to cross topics, but have you seen what's happening with FBA and the NAACP? Yeah, I got some of the videos on Twitter. I saw when you had FBA go down to the NAACP meeting, and they had signs talking about reparations, that they were pretty much policed out of that. Yeah, like I said, you got to understand what it is. I might have disagreements with, different views of people or certain things that they might have said periodically here and there. But the one thing is constant and true. When it deals with black people trying to receive something, you will have a variety of gatekeepers specifically there. So the NAACP is one of those gatekeepers specifically right there. You have other black people that are on social media right now that have very large followings, and they're not saying nothing about reparations. They're telling you to do this, to be political, to do all this, but they're not sitting up there telling you nothing about reparations. They're not saying that, yo, this needs to be done. The situation needs to just, so we can move on with it. Let's just do it. Everybody wants to argue about reparations, but nobody's arguing about the amount of expenditures that the United States does for other countries. Notice how that works. So so that people understand that this is a race thing, right? When the United States spends stupid money, I'm talking about trillions of dollars, both on war, on blacklisted, types of projects, blowing up planes, like doing all of this stuff. I'm talking about like the F-35 that magically destroyed itself. They did not know where the plane went, and it was in shambles. It was in parts. It was in pieces. $100 million plane completely gone. But the whole thing for that project is about $1.7 trillion. So the United States government is spending taxpayer money on that, right? So that's $1 trillion. So then we got, other billions, hundreds of billions going over to, war areas that the Americans want to sit up there and support. And then we got another $1 trillion, back in 2020 that was spent to work on the opioid and the fentanyl crisis, right, in certain communities, not black, but in certain other communities. And that was about 1.5 trillion right there, right? So, I find it funny that you got so many vocal people about reparations, but nobody is talking about all of this crazy ass spending that the United States is doing. It's almost as if people are fine with stupid ass spending just as long as it's stupid ass spending that has nothing to do with black people. It's completely fine and wasting money. But everybody want to say that, these things have nothing to do with race. Right? To be said, then Caucasian women started feminism, and now today women got to work instead of staying at home baking cakes. Yeah, Tippy. It is tough out here. It is tough. But like I said, I'm all for equality now. Like I said, I've heard from a lot of women, like, they want equality. We want equality now. Like when black people say, like, call J.G. Wentworth, I want my money. I want my money now. Yeah, women were like, I want equality. I want it now. I'm like, no problem. I got you. Equality. Equality. I'm all for women sitting up there working. I'm not for women sitting up there staying at home. I'm all for it. I'm all for it. Like I said, if you want to put your body through that work and your mind through that stress, and you want to break your body down, knock yourself right on out. Like I said, men been doing it since the beginning of time. If you as a woman want to decide to do that, I am not going to stop you. I'm just going to sit there and have my coffee. You got it, coach. Like, what was that Nas song? I know I can be anything I want to be if I work hard at it. Yeah. That's the same thing for women. You can do anything that you want to do if you put your mind to it. You are a champion. You are a god. Go out here and sit up there and break your back. Go out here and sit up there and jack up your joints and pull ligaments and pull groin muscles. Go right ahead. Blow your back out sitting up there doing a lot of this work. Go right ahead. I'm all for it. I'm all for it. I don't want to hear no complaints later. None. Andy said dual income is an absolute must. If you even want to dream of buying a property here in London, home prices are astronomical here. Couples in their 30s are still at mom and dad's place. Woo! So let me just highlight that from Andy across the pond. Right? I gotta use the terminology, bruv. So you got Andy talking about what's going on over there in UK and London, and how the prices are completely crazy, nonsensical, pretty much reflective of what's going on over here in the United States. Like I said, people will understand. People will soon enough, understand. But I also understand, over there in London is going to be high because that's, one of the it places. That's one of the spots. It's almost like when people want to be in Manhattan or some other places in New York or in Cali, people want to be in like Beverly Hills or some, type of stuff like that, right? Whatever the it or the hot place is, or like Atlanta, Georgia, wherever the hot place is going to be, higher prices. The places outside and around that going to be a little bit different. But I'm pretty sure everybody ain't trying to live outside of London because it might not be a lot of stuff that should be there that they want that's not there. I might have said that in reverse, but y'all know what I'm saying. But much love and respect to you and yours, across the pond. Much love yours. Andy said, Jordans, try buying a new Rolex watch. Yeah, the funny thing is, I talked to people in a previous live stream when I was just starting. I was telling people about Rolexes, and I was telling people about buy things that appreciate in value and not depreciate. And even then, it's like people didn't listen. But when you add up the amount of money that people have frivolously spent on all of these nonsensical things that literally as soon as you open a box, it devalues. It's like you should have just put that money into a Rolex. You could have just bought that Rolex, had the certificate, put that in a lockbox in a bank or in a safe, and then later you could have sat up there and pulled that out. It was a guy from Vietnam. I think he had like a Rolex watch or something like that he paid for. And because he kept it in such pristine condition, I think that watch was somewhere worth, I think it was like 40 to maybe like 100K or something like that. And it was from like the 70s. So like I said, you're not going to show me a pair of J's that's going to be like, yo, these bad boys worth 100K in the year 2040. Nah, ain't nobody paying no 100K for those. Not unless like they're like the Iron Sheik or something. If you're coming from like Dubai or something like that, or if you just like a playboy billionaire philanthropist that just got money to throw around. Other than that, ain't nobody paying no 100K for no J's in 2040. It's not happening. It's not going down like that. It's not going down. So, like I said before, people don't learn though. People don't learn that they'll start investing in stuff that appreciate. Houses appreciate. Cars do not. Jordans do not. Rolexes appreciate. Land appreciates. Life insurance appreciates. Like I said, there's a lot of things that appreciate with value over time. And there's a tremendous amount of things that do not. But like I said, everybody got their own choices, to sit up there and make. Lunch size, what is up? What is up? What is up? Hack said, always worried about what black people are doing, but PC people can own over 100 weapons and not a peep from the media. Yeah, that's facts. That is straight bars. Pink said, funny enough, when I went to get my pistol registered, I saw a huge amount of black men doing the same. That's dope. Like I said, that's what I love hearing. I am all for gun rights. I'm all for people being able to legally carry, having their license, being able to protect themselves and not specifically depend on the police. Because as I showed y'all in a video of a black woman dealing with a stalker, the police, she said it herself, the police are not there to protect. She said her worst mistake was depending or thinking that the police were going to be there to protect her, because at the end of the day, she had to sit up there and defend herself. And that's just the facts, regardless of whatever it is that anybody wants to try to state or how it is that they want to try to refute that. The facts are the facts. Sham said, growing up in the West, I used to hear rumors that Oprah was a booster woman when she lived in the projects. That's crazy. It's very interesting. I wonder if some of those people are still around. They should give their reaccounts. I would love to hear those. Vince said, I have no respect for millionaires and billionaires. Yeah. It is what it is out here. Andy said, remember the word mortgage comes from Latin meaning life debt. Didn't know that. That's crazy. And the funny part is, this goes back into what I stated before about people buying books, having books to literally break down the English language. And that's information I learned from somebody else, right? You should have a variety of books. I think it was like at least like 3 books that you should have. One of them, of course, being a book that breaks down the words by Latin, because whenever you look up a word, it'll also break down a word. It'll say Latin, Greek, and all these other types of things. So you want a book that will have the words and what they mean in Latin and give that definition as well. Like I said, you're dealing with a dual language, right? Where you got one word, but it has 2 different meanings, right? It has the meaning for us, but then you also have the original meaning of the people who know what it is, right? Black Lightning, what is up? Said, I see no verbal battle. I've seen Oprah and Dwayne, aka The Rock, go to Maui to make sure their land isn't harmed. Yep. Black said, what it do, fam? Vince said, guns are a crime deterrent. That is facts. Like I said, people like to sit up there and state that, let's say Detroit, for instance, people want to say like, oh, it's crime written like Detroit, right? Because people go with the same narrative that out of all of the United States, that Detroit has the worst crime. but statistically speaking, you might want to go to a lot of other states that don't even look nothing like Detroit, but it is what it is. I'll do a separate video on those later. The interesting part about that is if everybody in Detroit went to go get their license to carry, right? I'm talking about, all the normal like homeowners, all of the responsible people, if they went to do that and everybody was put on notice that, hey, homeowners now have their license to carry and the ability to defend themselves if you decide to come at them at their car, in their backyard, front yard, outside of their house, in their house, people are going to be second guessing. You're going to see some crime start going down because people are like, it's a little bit too risky. Because criminals like the ability to basically do something where there's not a lot of risk on their end. It might be risk for you, but it's not a lot of risk on them. But the moment of time that they're like, yo, my life might be at risk, I got to calculate. We actually got to plan some stuff because you got to understand a lot of criminals do stuff. They don't plan that. They be like, yo, I spot this house. I don't think nobody here. Let's go do it. That's what they do. They're not sitting up there looking at schematics, getting blueprints, trying to sit up there and figure out what job somebody worked, the intervals of when they leave. And they're not doing none of that. That requires too much work. So they're going to take the easy route. But because they take the easy route, remember, it's less risk. But once people start arming up, now there's more risk on the table. So you're going to start to see a lot more crimes. You'll start to see a lot more crimes. And then on top of that, they also realize that if everybody in the public is armed and not just them, if they go out and rob somebody, now they're going to be out there in a shootout with other people. And chances are very great, they might maim somebody, but they're not going to make it themselves because the people who are able to defend themselves, they're going to make sure to end that person. So, like I said, hey, we all see it. Andy said, want to learn how to steal land, come to the United Kingdom and learn from the best. That's facts. That's facts. The United Kingdom got land. That is the land that what they say about the UK, it is the land of which the sun never sets because they got land all over the world. So it's like, yeah, the British Empire, they are that. Like I said, along with the stone that they have that's directly on that throne, along with that diamond that they have and all the other jewelry that came from a whole nother land that is not Europe. But, like I said, it is. People like to, steal and do a variety of things. It's the best of the best. Abdul said, yo, what's up? Said, if you have everything you need, then there wouldn't be a justification to say, I got to survive. That's facts. That is facts. Tippy said, will not meet F equality. Some women are on BS. Yeah. Like I said, Tiffany, I told you, yo, when you got some women out here will mess it up for the rest. I told you before. I told you this for years. I told you for years, and you saw the uphill battle that I had to sit up there and face. You saw the comments that people were sitting up there leaving, and I was trying to tell people before it started getting to the beginning. I was trying to tell people years before. People ain't want to listen. They wanted to fight, and here we are. Shem said, I don't know. I cook and I clean at home, but I'm too damn curious about the tech world to be at home all day. I build my own PCs after college and I'll be making six figures. Yo, much love, respect, and shout out to you for doing it. Like I said, I told people that before. I listened to that during the pandemic. I'm like, yo, if people need a skill or whatnot, whatever, go watch some YouTube videos and learn how to put together, build computers, learn how to clean computers, do virus checks, virus scanning. Like, yo, there's money to be had and made. Everybody has a computer in their house. Everybody is not tech savvy or knowledgeable when it deals with computers. You need some people that have a little bit more information to be able to deal with a variety of situations and problems. Like I said, there's a field of businesses that can be created even locally. So, like I said, there's a multitude of money to be had to be got, and it's if people want to go out there and go get it. Lamiko said, "Hey, Cedric, did you hear about the countries like Belgium, France, and the like in Europe are banning companies like Pepsi because of their high prices?" I'm not too surprised. I'm not too surprised at all. I mean, if they're banning Pepsi and whatnot, I would want to say that they're banning them because of the chemicals that they put directly in those drinks that are not healthy or good for anybody. Again, this is coming from a person who happens to, drink, those drinks. So I would know better than a lot of other people specifically out there. So if you like, case in point, if you got an alcoholic that tells you that alcohol is bad for you, trust the alcoholic. So if you got somebody out here that drinks, Coke or Pepsi, and they're telling you like, yeah, this stuff is not good for you, don't do it. Take it from the person that's actually doing it. don't do it. Right? Let an expert tell you don't do it. Don't go out there and find out for yourself, and then some stuff goes awry with your health and all these other stuff. Don't do it. Don't do it. So, like I said, I'm not shocked. Hack said, "A booster woman?" Question mark. I'll let what's the name explain, give the definition of booster woman. I think booster, like, people got like different explanations. Like from Michigan, like if somebody was like a booster, they sitting up there selling stuff illegally. They're doing like a whole bunch of like stuff that they ain't supposed to be really doing. But I'm not sure what their definition might be of like a booster. So I'll let that one just simmer for a bit. Black said, I recently started collecting books for almost 2 months now. Interesting books such as Religions of Man, Healthy Diet, and etc. That's good. That's good. Be full read. Like I said before, that's the best way to combat a lot of the ignorance directly out here. Like I said, you got your own knowledge base, you got books, but then this is the funny part. So you could be, full read, right? You're reading up on a lot of this knowledge information. And then people are like, oh, okay, you got this information. But then when you use the information to basically have a conversation, they're like, oh, where'd you get information from? Oh, what book did you read? Oh, you can't trust that. Like, people want to start doing this, that, and the third. So, it's crazy out here. You also said hand-to-hand combat, weaponry books that piqued my interest and hope I get. I'll tell you, look up some books dealing with woodworking. I think the terminology should be metallurgy or metalworking. I think, did you mention agriculture up there as well? And look up some books on agriculture as well. Like look up, like, have those books. Like, again, just in case the internet goes down, have books on electronics, agriculture, irrigation, water filtration, like a lot of other stuff. Like I said, there will be a moment in time that the internet will go out. And the moment in time that the internet goes out, there's going to be a lot of lost souls directly out here. So the best bet is to sit up there and get a lot of these books, while a lot of these books are meant to be had. You can read anything by candlelight, no matter how long it take you. Andy said, Black Law Dictionary is the book. It is used by lawyers to teach the true meaning of the word from a legal perspective. Which Black Law do I got? I'm trying to look directly on the side. Do I got it up here? I forgot which version of Black Law book. Let me see. I'm trying to go back here and get this. I got the 5th pocket edition. I really need to get the hard copy. That fell because I wanted to grab this book. But that's really what I need to get. I need to get the like the hardcover, more pages and whatnot. Because what I've learned, and it was a book that was online. I forgot the name of the book, but somebody showed a side by side from a book that was in the 1970s and the book of now, right? And they had both books, and they showed that the book from the 70s had missing chapters. It had a missing chapter and pages, right? I'm sorry, the book from the 70s had all of the original information, right? But then they showed a book that was more up to date, let's say like 2023, 2024. The same chapter or pages that were supposed to be there from like the 1970s, they sat up there and edited and they took that out. So this is also why it's good to try to look up older books from different periods, because we're in an age now where companies or whoever will decide to edit knowledge that is in books. So, this is why it's always good to have older books. Because back at a certain point in time, again, they used to put a whole bunch of information and knowledge in books because they knew that everybody wasn't going to go out and actually read and go get those books. They only knew that so few people, was going to do it. Now, since they know that people are reading on Kindles or by audio, they're like, we got to sit up there and start editing, taking out a lot of this information. We can't have people knowing, a lot of this other type of stuff. So, like I said, you're living in an age where you have information coming out. And you're also living in an age where you have edited information as well, where they want to also keep certain things from you too. What was it? Black said, now, if I could find books solely on technology and financial benefit, I think they got some out there. I don't have the expertise on that to really direct you in that, but I'm pretty sure they got some up there. You might be able to fly through, maybe some YouTube videos, on your off time and try to find somebody who might, have these books, and they can probably give you the top 10, top 20 books that they've read or whatnot or whatever. Sham said, yeah, but most countries have some sort of knockoff America drinks anyway, so it's just better for that country to push them out of their market. Yeah, that's bars. That is bars. Like I said, I'm not sure if anybody has ever had a Mexican Coke before, but if you have a Mexican or a Japanese Coke versus what it is in America, you can taste the difference. It tastes more authentic. It tastes fresher. It tastes real. It's weird. It's weird to say real, but it's like I can't put it any other way. It doesn't taste, in a sense, like artificial. Like if you've had an actual like naturally sugar drink versus like artificial flavors and stuff, it's a night and day type of thing. Night and day. Hack said, never mind. I looked it up. Caps. Sham said, booster woman is an older term for a female pimp, but she sells more than that at times, and she'll sell herself. I used to think it was rumors till I found her best friend is Harvey. Oh yeah, I touched on that before. No pun intended. Dealing with who some of Oprah's friends directly were, and how all of these people ended up getting in trouble for something dealing with women and whatnot. I'm like, it's amazing how this woman always ends up around people who have all been ensnared, who are all interested in doing these illegal things. I'm like, that's a little bit suspicious. Nobody finds that funny? I guess not. But yet this is the same woman that wants to bring out the story of The Color Purple for the umpteenth time, delivering that to Black women. The distractions that are out here are real, but like I said, nobody wants to highlight that. So nobody really wants to talk about how that is very much strange. On one end, you're bringing out this story to, try to give this positive story or whatnot, the struggle story to Black women. And then on the other instance, you want to sit up there and be surrounded by these dudes that specifically target and go after women. Okay, no problem. Gotcha. Black said, woodworking and agriculture, irrigation, and water filtration. Yep. Black Lightning said, my elder brother went from gangbanging and drug dealing. Now this dude has gained so much knowledge from taking care of plants, and I have one of the books in case he wants to teach something. That's dope. That is dope. Like I said, that's the type of stuff right there. Let me just hold that up. This is the type of story that happens very often, but nobody wants to highlight it. Right? You got real people that have people that at a certain point in their life, they was all about doing negative stuff. And then something took place or some type of knowledge was introduced into their life that opened up their eyes to something vastly different. And this is why I kept sitting up there saying before, when I was in school, I knew dudes who sold drugs. Like I played with drug dealers back in Detroit. I played with drug dealers. I sat up there and knew dudes who were in gangs, right? And I also realized that a lot of these dudes were actually pretty damn smart. It was just like, yo, it's the circumstances or whatever it is, they're just doing the stuff that they're doing at this moment in time. But if you allow a lot of these dudes to not have to feel like they're on survival mode 24/7, like they always got to look behind it, if they can actually take a breather and relax and actually dive into something or do the things that they want to do, you will see that these dudes are actually some good dudes. But nobody ever get a chance to see that, because again, you got problems that are in a sense created so that other people can come through with the solution. That's what it is. And it's also used as well to further destroy and destabilize the men and the young boys within the community as well, by enabling a certain type of behavior, a certain type of action versus other positive behaviors and positive actions. So this is what happens when you have somebody who was on a negative path and they receive some type of knowledge that opened their eyes to the world, and they're like, yo, this is where it's at. Like he literally did, his brother did what Waka Flocka is doing right now. Waka Flocka used to be all about like flashing, jewelry, brick squad, all of that stuff. And now Waka Flocka is on the whole thing of farming, He's on agriculture. He's laid back. He's not talking about that gang no more. He's about trying to impart some knowledge and educate people. Like I said, that's the thing that people don't want to showcase. People don't want to showcase black men learning from their past and becoming better men, becoming leaders. They don't want to highlight that. They want to just highlight the whole, like I said, the whole narrative online is trying to highlight and talk about black men in a negative light all day, every day. The same work that all of these women and all these other people talk about, putting this negative stuff out there about black men, you'll never see them bust a grape, bust a move when it deals with showing a positive thing of black men. You're not going to sit up there and see that. They're not going to do videos. They're not going to bring up stories. They're not going to showcase any of those things because they know that putting out good information about black men is not going to bring in views. It's not going to bring people to the comment section. It's not going to bring in the money. Nobody really cares about it. Like I said, positive type of stuff dealing with black men, nobody wants to hear. Everybody just solely wants to always see black men and young black boys in a negative light. And that's just the fact of it. Andy said, strange, the Bible had missing chapters too. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, the book of Enoch. I talked about that too. Like I said, it is what it is. Like I said, people can believe whatever it is that they want to sit up there and believe. I would rather sit up there and look at the whole story or something versus just looking at half of a book and saying that that's the end all to be all. But like I said, everybody is free to believe what it is that they want to sit up there and believe. This is not me sitting up there pressuring or trying to tell people to do whatnot or whatever. Again, people are free to read whatever. I've heard a lot of people sit up there and say, "Oh no, the book of Enoch is it's too much. That's just like witchcraft. It's the devil. It's this. It's that. All this." But I'm like, we literally got. I was taught a story from the Bible where a man lived inside of the mouth of a whale. But then once you start questioning, asking people about that, they're like, everything in the Bible isn't meant to be taken literally. It's just a story. I'm like, so now it's just a story. So when people want to ask about the legitimacy of somebody living inside of a well or somebody basically walking inside of a burning furnace and people doing this, that, and the third, just basically jitting and dancing and doing a Harlem Shake. Now it's just a story that people are just supposed to listen to. You're not supposed to take it literally. I'm like, man, if people don't stop moving a goalpost, I need people to stop moving stuff. Like I said, it's either it's just a story or it actually happened. That's all I'm saying. You said Jesus walked on water. No problem. It's either it actually happened or I'm just supposed to just use it as an analogy or whatnot. Like I said, I'm just asking questions. I'm just sitting up and saying, if we're going to say like one thing doesn't make sense because you believe it's witchcraft, is devil, sorcery, then we got other stories in the Bible like that's matching up with some of the stuff in the book of Enoch. I'm just saying. that's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. But I'm gonna leave that alone. Let me see. Andy said Gatorade, Diet Coke, / Pepsi. Yep. 7-Up, all toxic. Yeah, those trust me, from a connoisseur, from being from the Midwest, I say pop. So, if you were to basically calculate the amount of sugar that you're drinking in a 2-liter, and you sit up there and calculate that throughout the years, those are bags of sugar that you're literally putting into your body. Like, I kid you, it is no joke, bags of sugar. So, again, if you get rid of sugar, you'll start to notice, and again, take it from somebody who they drink this stuff. And I've done my own experiments. If you take out certain stuff out of your diet, like sugars, your breathing will start to change. Your weight will start to also go down. You will have less mucus buildup or less congestion. There's a lot of things that are really beneficial when you get off of a lot of these things, because again, there's a lot of other chemicals that are within these things as well that is detrimental, that's affecting you even on a cellular level. So, again, I'm telling you from experience, I'm telling you as a person who drinks this stuff, it is not good for you. For me, I just have my vices. That's just what I decide to drink because I don't smoke, I don't drink alcohol. So that's the one thing that I do, sit up there and drink. That's the, thing. That's the little vice that, in a sense, that I have. That's pretty much it, realistically. But yeah, if you want to be healthy, don't sit up there and do 2 liters. Don't do that. I understand that for some people it may be hard to sit up there and do, but start drinking other stuff. Start getting you a machine where you can freshly squeeze your own stuff. Like there's videos I've watched online where people have a press, they cold press their own almond milk by using actual real almonds, like any nuts that you can name. You sit up there and take whatever it is that you got. You have the nuts, and then you have the machine, and then you can just press that directly out, and you got your own milk, and you can add a little bit of flavor directly to it, however you like it. Or if you want to have your own type of, depending on where you are, soda pop or soda pop or drink or Coke, just to generalize it, you can do the exact same thing. They got machines out there where you can make your own stuff. So again, if you want to come back and do a lot of stuff, invest. It takes some work, but invest into yourself and the things that you specifically want to do to live healthier and to have a healthier life. Right? Sam said Coke is made with black tea and lemon and natural cane sugar, nutmeg, cinnamon. It's really delicious. I make it sometimes when I have time. Much better for you than what Coke makes. I believe it. I believe it. Like I said before, I watch a lot of videos. When I'm not doing videos and stuff, I watch a lot of videos on how people, survive in cold temperatures, or how people build, different. Like I said, I watch a variety of videos. So trust me, the content that you see me, talk about here every day, that is not what I watch every single day. Trust me. I watch a field of other things, outside of, this stuff here. But, stuff that, I'm interested in. Black said, and he was putting in work on the streets when I was like 9 years old. And the fact that we are 3 years apart is mind boggling. Yeah. Yeah, Black said, I remember when we were teenagers in Pennsylvania, Allentown, and in his high school, he told me how much he ran that school, and he was he was basically the bully in Rockstar's game. That's crazy. And he said they all want to be us until the cops show up. That's facts. Black said, now I'll be 29 on the first 9 days in March. Hey, just in case if I don't happen to see you, much love, respect, and appreciation, and happy early birthday. Happy 29. Happy 29. World said, shit. Yo, what is up there? Bobby, that looks like Bobby Hill from King of the Hill. I know that face from anywhere. What is up? Sham said, not just the Book of Enoch. The Bible has 88 plus books. And then the Catholics came in and say almost 22 books is heretic because it didn't fit their agenda. Yeah, that's usually what they do. Usually in religion, they outlaw certain knowledge in books because it doesn't fit with the narrative that they want to specifically give to the people. Yeah. Like I said, control knowledge. It is what it is. Sham said, oh, it's not just the bags of sugar. Look up the sodium content. Oh, yeah. No. You're right. And I told people this as well. Like I did like for a short period of time, and I didn't have an argument. I had a disagreement with somebody. Right. So I got like one of my friends, I sat up there and told him one day, I'm like, yo, I sat up there and did a diet for like a week. I bought greenery. I just had like a simple salad, nothing else, no other things like added directly to it. Maybe some croutons every now and again, but I use balsamic vinaigrette, right? Balsamic vinaigrette, just with like the normal greens that you have like in a salad, right? So I'm getting this directly out the case, putting it on the plate, and I'm just sitting up there eating because I'm doing this at work, right? And I have a gallon of water every single day. So almost pretty much morning, noon, and night, I'm having, salad. Like this is what I'm sitting up there eating for a week. I sat up there and lost about a good 15 pounds. Now, when I told this to like a friend, he was like, that's too quick to sit up there and like lose all that weight. It's probably just water weight. Now, I want you to note that this is a guy weight wise who is bigger than me. I'm a guy that's always been known in my group to have a fast metabolism. So I'm like, I don't think that people actually add up the fact that I'm doing this and I got a naturally fast metabolism on top of the fact that the job that I was working at during the time, I have to travel to and from. I'm traveling on foot, I'm fast walking, I'm running, and then at the job for 8 hours, I'm also walking and I'm running, right? So there's a lot of, things, there's a lot of physical activity, going on to also enable, weight loss as well. And I'm like, I do a physical labor job and I walk to and from work. You're not going to sit up there and tell me that, oh no, all of the weight that you lost was just like water weight. I could literally feel the difference in weight. Because like, sometimes like if you're a light, let's say if like somebody's 130, 135, the wind will sit up there and be like, depending on the wind, it can sit up there and like tilt and push you and stuff like that, right? It's a little bit of a problem. You can feel it, right? But then once you start to put on some more weight, let's say like an excess of like 30 pounds or whatnot, it's like that wind that might have been able to move you. It's like, it's all good, right? Because it's a difference. And I'm like, I know, and I can feel that difference. And I'm just trying to tell that person, I'm like, you know what, you'll when you happen to go through it and you do it yourself, you'll understand it. And that's when I started getting to the point where I'm like, I'm just gonna say what I gotta say, and I ain't about to debate nobody, because you ain't about to sit up there and try to tell me about the body that I see every single day and try to tell me that I didn't lose any type of, when I can literally physically see it and I can feel it, right? And going back to what was stated by Sham, again, I was taking out a lot of the sodium, because y'all already know I'm the type of person I like to eat, food like pizza, all this other type of stuff, right? Before, like when I was doing that for a week, what I would do is there was a diner across the street, dope diner. I love that diner. If I could go back there, I would still, probably order something directly from that diner like I would normally do. I would normally, before work, I would sit up there and just have like a burger and fries or whatever. That's pretty much what I would have. That would be like my dinner, right? And that would more than likely be the thing that's going to stretch out during the whole thing of work. And that's what I would normally do, either a gyro salad, or, burger and fries, something like that. And I went from that, knocking out all of that sodium and whatnot, to basically having water, grass. Pretty much that's it, with balsamic vinaigrette. That's it. I noticed the congestion was gone. I noticed the fact of the mucus buildup gone. Headaches dealing with sodium gone. Headaches more than likely dealing with sugar withdrawal gone. Like I said, like everything was completely different. And then on top of that, not even just to mention that, the amount of energy that you get when you start eating differently, when you start eating healthy. I'm talking about, you could have worked a hard day and then magically you're waking up at 5 a.m. Like your body is now waking up. What the human body would normally do is the body would wake up when the sun comes up, right? That's what my body was doing. So like 5:30, anywhere before 6 o'clock, I'm waking up with the sun. When normally when I eat a whole bunch of trash, garbage, all of that stuff, everything is delayed. Body is all over the place. It's just doing whatever. But when you're on in a sense, a clean diet and you're eating differently, your body is going to react differently. Like I said, you're going to move differently. You're going to act differently. Energy is going to be different. Like I said, I'm telling you from personal experience of somebody that has eaten trash for a long time and then taken a week not to sit up to eat trash and then went back to eating trash. Let me tell you how jacked up it is, right? It was at the point where I forgot to buy some balsamic vinaigrette before the store closed. And I'm like, damn, we don't got nothing. So I went to like the salad bar. And I was like, they don't even got no balsamic vinaigrette over here. So I'm like, let me just use, what is this, like some Caesar or something like that. I forgot that has dairy directly in it. The moment in time I put that, now note, this is a person, I didn't have any mucus buildup. I didn't have no type of congestion. When I sit up there and tell you that I had that little bit of dairy for the first time out of that week, and I instantly started hearing congestion in my throat, I started hearing that mucus buildup. It is not a game. Like I said, the stuff out here that we eat every single day is meant to keep you sick. That's what it does. It's meant to keep your body in a certain type of area. Like I said, I'm talking from experience. It is meant to put your body in a certain type of cycle of a system so that you are dependent on doing that system and you're not going to do anything else because you're too used to the sugar. You're too used to like the sodium. That's why I told people before when I used to do the videos and I showed y'all that I was cooking, what was it? What was I sending them to cook? I was cooking some salmon and people was clowning me. It's like, yo, man, said you ain't going to put no seasoning on there, a little bit of, I'm like, nah, I cooked my salmon and I got my rice. I let the salmon sit directly on the rice, let some of that oil and juices bleed directly on the rice. I chop up the salmon and the rice, mix it up, and I sit up there and eat it. That salmon is all the seasoning I basically need. That's all the flavor. Because the moment in time that you start putting in that sodium, you're going to start to have like, your blood pressure is going to be like jacked up. You're going to start to retain more water as well. On top of the fact that you can also get headaches directly from that too. So, like I said, I'm trying to, like I told people before, it might be funny to a lot of people. Like, hey man, I don't know what you're doing. Black people like sodium. I get that y'all like sodium, but also that sodium is going to lead to a lot of health problems. It's not going to really give you a lot of health benefits. Just being real. Like having that every once in a while or in moderation, yeah, that's cool, no problem. Everything in moderation is always great, but when it deals with food, sodium is not in moderation. If you look at a lot of the fast food that we eat on a consistent weekly basis, the amount of salt that people are putting in their bodies, on top of that, add in the drinks, the fountain drinks that people sit up there and do, on top of some of like the other food products that people, it's a lot of sodium, it's a lot of sugar. So you got both sodium headaches and you got sugar headaches, either from too much sugar or from sugar withdrawals. And now you notice that you didn't just gain like 8 pounds over the week. And you're like, where did this even come from? It came from the trash that you eating. Your head is hurting. Why is my head hurting? It's coming from the trash that you eating. And on top of that, you're not taking enough water in. So, like I said, take it from a person that does this. Hack said, Caesar Bergara did walk on water, a puddle. Oh, this man. Tippy said, I like almond milk. I can't drink regular milk anymore. Oh, yeah, Tippy, I've been on almond for a while. Almond is great. Well, to me, it's great. It goes with quite a bit of cereals. It gives a little bit of extra pizzazz, a little bit of extra flavor, directly on there. Black said, hell, even I'm still thinking of considering returning back to dojos just like I used to as a child, shaking my head. You should. Like I said, it's healthy. It's a good workout, stretching, everything. Limber, self-defense. Black said, I need to stop eating cheese, but no lie, LOL. Yo, I'm a cheese person too. Trust me. I like Kobe or Kobe Jack cheese. And I make macaroni quite often. I don't do like the whole baked and whatnot because I like consistency with my macaroni. So I like to be able to eat all of it. And instead of just taking off the hard part, I know some people like the crunchy part of the macaroni. I'm not really, I like consistency with my stuff all the way through. I don't like stuff like that. If the stuff is meant to have a certain texture, I want that texture consistently all the way through. That if and I'm not that type of person. Can't be doing that. The only thing that's different is when it comes to brownies or when it comes to like cake or cookies. That's the only difference there. Or maybe also ice cream. Tippy said, I started following a black man showing you how to survive on land. He cooks in the woods, builds his own shelter from tree branches and leaves, and he makes weapons from wood. He's on Instagram. Yep. Like I said, this is a lot of the stuff that people need to, start looking up and absorbing in. Like, get away from a lot of the trash and a lot of other garbage that's directly on, social media, right? Black said, damn, now I feel like I need to download Instagram. Pink said, I sent you some stuff on IG. I got you. Tippy said, Walmart didn't come for me, but I get great value almond milk and Blue Diamond. I got you. Sham said, yeah, water weight only comes from people who look very swollen. You can see it. They're not just fat, but they've ballooned. They're also fat, but they've got to lower their salt intake. That's facts. Andy said, so the faith and the practice we brought with us from Africa, including voodoo and Obeah, I think that's how you pronounce it. I might be incorrect. Are classified as evil. However, the Cromwell witch hunts and the Spanish Inquisition killed the most people. That's facts. And people don't want to sit up there and talk about that. They want to talk about anything that black people practice. Oh, there's voodoo and magic. Oh, getting in contact with the ancestors. Oh, that's the devil. That's demons. You're trying to contact spirit. You're trying to. I'm like, but are you not, like, when you're praying to Jesus and talking to God, are you not talking to or trying to get in contact with somebody that doesn't exist on this plane of existence? I'm like, there's really no difference. There's really no difference. The only difference is you want people to believe in what it is that you want them to believe in because you feel like it's the only way to believe. Like I said, that's crazy to me. Everybody has been on this planet believing in stuff that they've believed in before other people came up with their other religions. like I said, everybody feels like they have the definitive religion. It is the end all to be all. It is the one that will fix everything. Like I said, everybody wants to be right and nobody wants to be wrong. That's the society that we live in at this moment in time. Sham says soft drinks with high sugar and high salt make you not only gain a lot of weight, but also retain water because of the high salt. You need to release water to detox, but also fat during REM sleep. Yep. Black said I should really look up more on dairy and nutrition from one of my books. Yo, at least you got the books. Let me tell you that. At least you got the books. You can say like, yo, let me go to my library real quick. You don't even got to go to online or an actual library. Let me just go to my library in my house real quick and look up those books. Sham said, you know what I tell people, clean your taste bud palate with some green tea for a week. Go salt free for just a week and cleanse your tongue, and it changes how much salt you put into your food. It will. But the funny thing is, I never did that. I just start like when I basically state that I'm going to do something, I just automatically do it. So like right now, you know, like I told people before, you know, an inexpensive meal, or as some people would say, the poor man's meal, I have beans, rice, and cornbread, right? And I'll sit up there and eat that for the duration of like the week. I'll have, you know, the cornbread that I make, and I'll have my rice and beans that, you know, I make as well. And I'll just continuously just eat off of that for the duration of the week. It saves money. You can control the amount of salt that you take in, because realistically, I take them directly out of the can, put them directly in the pot, add a little bit more water. I'm not adding no seasoning. I just take the flavor that's directly from the beans, put the jasmine rice directly in the rice cooker. Bam, flavor right there, flavor, natural flavor from the beans, the jasmine rice, and then I got a little bit from the cornbread. Right, and I do the cornbread with just the normal Jiffy mix, the water, and the 3 eggs. And then I sit up there. Well, all right. So normally, because I am my mother's son, I've watched my mom basically bake cakes over the years. So what I basically do is I take the pan, I take a nice bit of butter, and I basically, instead of using oil, I take the butter and I put that around the pan. So then once I do that for 2 reasons. Number one, for, you know, flavor or whatnot. And number 2, if the pan has a type of oil or whatnot there, you don't really got to worry so much about the cleaning aspect when it deals with the cornbread, and it's less likely for it to, in a sense, like break and to really stick to the pan, right? And so I add butter there, right? And it's a little bit that's there. And then once it gets to that golden brown consistency, where it's like it's complete golden, that's the way I like my cornbread. I don't really like the hard, you know, top in a sense. You know, basically cut through the middle, and then you scar each piece of bread, and then you get some more butter, and then you pour it directly on top. So, you know, that's basically the meal that I, in a sense, make for myself, and that's all the flavor that I need. I guess like maybe one day I might sit up there and like make a video and basically showcasing that. It ain't really nothing much. It's, I guess, the same thing that everybody else do, but just to put some other different content directly up there, you know, I'll basically, you know, showcase that so I can like laugh at the comments. But yeah, that's the way I normally do it. Like if I say I'm gonna do like a strictly like salmon, you know, salmon and rice type of diet, that's what I'm gonna do. Salmon and rice. I'll go and get both pieces of the salmon directly from the seafood spot, and then I'll go home and I'll either, if they section them off, or if they section them off, I'll just, you know, wrap them up in plastic and put them in a freezer and hold them down like that. Or I'll go home and I'll take them out the wrapper, and then I'll start, you know, cutting them and then putting them in, you know, the bags that they needed to, you know, be put in, and, you know, stuff like that. And I'll just handle it, you know, like that throughout the week, and I'll just divvy those out. That's almost in a sense of a way or a type of meal prep, you know, to in a sense do it. And like I said, shout out to Chef Ramsay. That's one of my main chefs that I always love watching, you know, online to learn how to cook some stuff and whatnot. I even did salmon to the point where I was able to eat literally the whole salmon, including the skin. Like I literally had it down to the point of literally doing it. I was like, yo, this is actually pretty dope, because I never understood how people were actually able to eat the skin up until I actually cooked it to the point where the skin was like, it was almost like a soft, like type of crispy chip. Like it was crazy. I was like, yo, that was good. I was like, I did that. I'm like, all right. We in here. But now I got to get back to doing it because it's so long since I've actually cooked it, in that way. It's probably going to be like some errors and, and different stuff like that or whatnot or whatever. But yeah, let me see. What was soft drinks and sugars, dairy, cleanse the palate, right? All right. So Andy said, we are all naturally lactose intolerant. The tolerance is built up over time. We are the only species that drink other species' milk. Yeah. Yeah, like you don't see giraffes drinking like cow's milk or rhinos drinking like hippos. You don't see none of that. And the funny thing is, when you put it to the animal kingdom perspective, it's like, yo, that makes a lot of sense. So why are we sitting up there drinking cow's milk? If anything, we should be drinking human milk, realistically, right? We should be drinking the milk from a woman versus the milk from a cow, right? That would be a whole lot more beneficial because that's what we grew up on. But, it is what it is. Tippy said, anybody like outdoor videos of Black people camping and fishing, look up Wild Boy Reel on YouTube and or Instagram. Black said, the day I find a book based on Kenjutsu, boy, Ish is going to get it real. Tippy said, I want to try some moose cake. I see a lot of Asian females eating moose cake on mukbangs. Also said, hey, isn't sweat fat melting out of your body? I mean, that's another way to sit up there. I mean, it's water and other stuff as well. You're also, when you sweat, you're releasing toxins as well. So that's the other good part about sweating. That's why people also state that you should take your time and go directly, at least periodic, like, throughout the week, go to like a sauna and, allow your body to like sweat out those impurities, to sweat out those toxins, directly out of your body as well. Because you hold in a lot of toxins as well too. And this is when you start doing that, your body will start giving off different smells because it has a buildup of certain toxins. So when you actually start working out and sweating and people are like, yo, man, something smell like something's weird. It's like, yeah, that's you. So, it's going to take a minute. Tippy said, no, I'm sorry. Black said, thank you for the early B-Day shout. No, much love, respect, and appreciation, man. I got you. Andy says, sea bass is also a nice fish to eat too. Yo, the moment in time that I start doing what it is that I wanted to do and I start, buying these different types of fish, trust me, I'm going to be cooking some different. I'm going to let y'all know what it is. I'm going to be cooking out some different fish and seeing what it is out here. Trust me, I'm a seafood type of person. I love fish. Fish taste great. Very, very excellent. Timmy said, watch Chef Rush. Okay, I got you. Wow. He said, look up Chef Rush now. No, I'm not looking it up now because you said it, Timmy. Go play The Sims. Andy said, monkfish is great too. It's truly ugly looking, but it tastes great. Yeah, some of those fish, they be having faces. And those faces be looking real crazy. So We've been sitting up here talking about a variety of things for 2 hours, and I only showed off one video. So now I'm about to get into one of the other videos here. And I think I did do a video, and I think I did release it. But here we go. It's going to be a short one, but I'm going to go over it as well.
Outside to my damn car right now. You know you're supposed to be in here. You right there. Go to the place. Fucking 16 years old. Get the fuck out of here. For a second, sit down.
So if people weren't able to understand that, that was a mother. And she has let me see if I can roll back, right? Let me see if I can roll back to the phone, right? So she got her Apple phone right there, right? So obviously she must have like some type of tracker or notifier or whatnot or whatever, right? Linked to her son's phone. And somehow, some way, I'm not sure if she might have been asleep or whatnot or whatever, but her son decided to take the car and go out to a club. Now, note the kid is 16, right? Kid is 16, decided I'm going to sit up there and take the car and I'm about to sit up there and go to the club. She rolled up to the club. And like I said before, I respect her. She is in straight mom attire. She literally rolled directly out of the bed, came to that club, was like, yo, I know that you here. If you don't get your ass up out of this club before I shut this down. And she was like, you are 16 years old. You ain't even supposed to be here. Like I said, she is taking responsibility for the situation. She is acknowledging that something is obviously aloof, something is clearly wrong, and she is there to correct whatever wrong there is and putting people clear cut on notice. And this is the other thing that I also want to put people on notice too. I've done a lot of videos where I've sat up there and stated to y'all that a lot of these kids will selectively decide to go after grown adults, knowing that they're kids, knowing that they're teenagers. They will specifically go and put themselves in adult situations. I've stated this with the teenage girls directly out here. I've even given examples of when I was in high school and how teenage girls would act towards men that they deemed, grown men that they deemed attractive. I also went over stories of the fact of teenage girls working at strip clubs, uh, selling themselves, and doing a variety of other things. And now I'm showcasing a story to you here where you have a mother and her 16-year-old son decided to take the car and go off into a grown club. So like I said, I get when people are sitting up here saying that kids are innocent and da 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 and they don't know what they're. Nah, you got a lot of kids out here. Trust me, a lot of these kids ain't the kids that you think that they are. They're not as stupid as you think that they are. A lot of these kids are pretty smart and they know what situations to put themselves in, what situations not to. Just imagine if this dude, he's 16 at this club. Just imagine if he was talking to some woman. A woman is going to assume that if a dude is at a club, he's legal. You got adults doing adult things, maybe doing some drugs here and there, and also drinking adult things, right? You're not expecting for a 16-year-old to sit up there and be at a club. Just imagine that. So would we sit up there and say that it's the woman's fault that she was, specifically with a 16-year-old? I'm not, because that 16-year-old put himself in an adult situation amongst adults where he was not supposed to be. Again, whenever that people go out there and they're at clubs, nobody is at whoever that they're talking to. Nobody's like, yo, let me see your ID real quick. Let me see your birth certificate real quick. Let me see your my chart real quick. Nobody's doing that. Nobody's going to a social gathering every single time asking for ID, asking for a birth certificate, asking all of the. Nobody's doing that. Nobody is doing that. But like I said, just imagine if that woman would have been, with that 16-year-old. Right? And now, just imagine if that was in reverse. Imagine if that was her daughter going directly to that club, putting herself in an adult situation, and then that 6-year-old was with a man. But this is the difference. If that happened to a guy, people are like, oh, he knew. He just wanted to go through with it. He knew. Right? And they'll sit up and say that the girl was innocent and that, she had her innocence stolen from her and that dude needs to be thrown in prison. But when you sit up there and put it in the reverse, when it's a 6-year-old boy and that woman might inevitably end up with that 16-year-old, nobody's going to be sitting up there saying lock her up, throw her in prison. Nobody's going to be sitting up there saying she knew. Like I said, you got double standards specifically out here. Nobody wants to acknowledge those things. And the main thing that I sit up there and tell people is that I like to sit up there and put everything in the place that it needs to be put. I like to be as even as possible. Yeah, you got adults that specifically sit up there and target teenagers. But in the same token, on the other side, you got teenagers that specifically put themselves in adult situations and that target adults. Like I said, let's put it where it needs to be put. Don't keep sitting up there giving these kids excuses, talking about, oh, kids are innocent. They don't know what they're doing. They don't know nothing of the world. They know a lot more than what you think. Let's not be stupid. Let's not be stupid. Tippy said, I know she's wearing a bonnet, but she's in mommy mode and she's not playing. So I agree with like I said, I don't got no problem with what it is that she's doing. Like I said, she went there to go handle that situation straight, to tell him to bring his ass directly back home. Bring his ass directly, but like I said, you ain't supposed to be there, but you wanted to be there. Your mom, your mom ain't raised you like that, but you opted to go against how it is that you raised because you 16 and you feel like you can do what it is that you want to sit up there and do. Like I said, you got a lot of kids out here that want to be willingly stupid. Willingly stupid. Black said the fact that the 6-year-old didn't have a father figure on the household explains why she's acting wild. Now imagine that mother was the father, most likely that moment wouldn't cease to. No, you have fathers that sat up there and rolled up to the club. I showed y'all a video before where a dude's daughter's dude was from the UK and he was looking at his daughters He was like, so what's happening? Where y'all going? He was like, we outside. That's what his daughters were saying, right? They were like, we outside. We going outside, right? He was like, outside? What do you mean? Like, we could just, go step outside. Like, that's outside. She was like, no, going outside. Like, we're going out. We're hanging out with people. He's like, okay. He's like, can I come too? He was like, yeah, I guess if you can sit up there and get in, right? He was like, okay, cool, bet. Right? So he let them go to the club, right? And then it took him a little bit to sit up there and get in there, but he finally sat up there and got in. When he sat up there and got in there, he sat up there and saw his daughter sitting up there twerking on a dude, dancing and all this other type of stuff. And he was just sitting up there filming. And then the one sister sat up there and saw him, was like, she was all basically in and about to start dancing. Then she realized it was her dad. She was like, oh my God. She sat down and then she let the other girl sit up there and still be dancing. Then she sat up there and noticed, looked at her, and then looked. And then she was all embarrassed. And the dad was just sitting up there laughing. He was like, oh, we outside, right? This is what we're doing. This is what we like to do. You want to sit up there and go outside and you want to start twerking on dudes. You want to start acting like you're grown and all this other type of stuff. He didn't put hands on him. He didn't do nothing. He just embarrassed them by him just being there and witnessing that. So then the next day, he was like, hey, girls, like, what you doing today? We going back outside? And then they were silent. They ain't had nothing to say because they was embarrassed. So, like I said, I like to put everything where everything is. You got a father that sat up there and showed up to the club and that embarrassed his daughters just by being there, just by the presence. But again, they were going out. They were allowed to sit up there and go out. Nothing wrong with that, right? But it was the way in which that they were acting. And this is why I try to tell people before. It don't matter if a father is in the house or not. A daughter is going to do whatever it is that she wants to sit up there and do. Don't matter if the father's in the house or not. You got a lot of these boys out here, they'll do the stuff that they want to sit up there and do. Irregardless, you can have the most upstanding and upright father. You'll still have girls out here being promiscuous, still out here going out here getting pregnant. Crazy to me. Crazy to me. You got a father ain't never raised you to do that, never showed you that, but you want to go out here and be like everybody else. Craziness, right? And again, just like for the young boys, the father ain't never sit up there and teach you about gangs and none of that. But yet you want to go out here and you want to join a gang. You want to try to be the plug. You want to do this. You want to do that. You want to sit up there and start yourself off with a record, making your life even harder for yourself. But your father wasn't like that. Your father ain't teach you that. Like I said, it's crazy out here with these kids. It is completely crazy. So that because and the reason why I got to speak about that narrative is because I know guys out here that got their fathers in their life. I grew up in a single parent household. I ain't never do the stuff that I seen a lot of these kids out here. We outside, going out here, jumping on people's cars, robbing people, going in and out of businesses, causing like a ruckus. I ain't never do none of that. And that was me not having a father, being raised by my mother. But you know why I ain't do none of that stuff? That's because I actually respected my parent. That's because I respected my family. That's the difference. A lot of these kids, everything comes down to respect. You can have a whole nuclear household. If the kids don't respect the parents, none of that matter. You could be the most perfect of perfect parents and give your kids everything, and they will still be fuck ups because they do not respect you at all. And that's what it comes down to. And that's what a lot of parents tend to forget, that everything comes down to respect. Remember, I'm a statistic. I'm speaking from the perspective of being a statistic, being one of the main things that people always state, right? Oh, black males, they're more amped. If the father's not in a household, jail and prison, they're going to have a record. They're getting into crime. They're out here selling drugs. They're into gangs. Their lives are going to be going nowhere. I beat out all of those statistics and I'm still alive because I was supposed to be dead at like 14? Because I was, being raised by a single mother, I was supposed to be dead at like 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. I wasn't supposed to make it to 20. A lot of birthdays, even still to this date, I'm not even supposed to be able to see. But I made it past all of those, though. I ripped past all of those statistics that everybody had up, being in a single parent household. Why? Because I respected my parent. Like I said, a lot of people forget that. A lot of people forget that respect is everything. Like I said, this son does not respect his mother. That's why he went out to that club. The daughters didn't really respect their father. That's why they went out to that club dancing and grinding on dudes at a young age, stuff that they're not even supposed to be doing. But like I said, they want to dress in, want to act grown, though. But they got a father in the house, though. Crazy. Like I said, it's completely crazy. Black said I spelled bonnet, not bomb net. It happens. Like I said, that autocorrect is something, man. It is something out here in these streets when to deal with these phones. Let me tell you. Tippy said, yeah, some kids want to act grown, but at the end of the day, the adult should know better. This is what I'll sit up there and tell you. There's been a multitude of times I sat up there and gone out. I'm not sitting up there trying to age a lot of people out there. Again, I'm staying to myself. Let me just make that very clear. The times that I've gone out with friends, I'm staying to myself. I'm staying directly amongst my group. I've never sat up there and went out there like, yeah, let me buy this girl a drink. Let me go sit up there and try to like talk to. Nah, I stay directly to myself because I don't trust nobody. Because the main thing that I've understood is that women are very great liars. The females part of the species, very great liars. And I understand that some people will get offended, but like, it's not only women that lie, Seji. Nah. When I'm talking about me potentially getting hit for charges, me getting thrown directly in prison and jail, me potentially losing my life, nah, you got a lot of women out here or girls that are very great liars, and a lot of guys have sat up there and died. I made sure I was not going to be that person. So again, this is why I just stay to myself. This is why I just do the things that I do so that I can take all of those situations off the board. Like I said, it ain't going to be me. You ain't going to sit up there and catch me slipping. Somebody going to be like, yo, Cedric, you know that person that you was talking to? That person wasn't even grown. It's not going to be me. It is not about to happen over here, coach. You'll see me doing videos about other people. It is not about to happen to me. Like I said, this is why I mind my own business. I mind my own business. Like I said, my mom was the greatest teacher that I ever had when I dealt with women. And she specifically told me, it's like, yeah, you got some good women out here, but you got a lot of women out here that lie. These heifers lie. That's what she said. Verbatim. So she was like, do not take any woman's word for anything because they will lie and they are selfish and devious at the end of the day. And they will risk your life just to sit up there and do whatever it is that they want to do. That was stated from a woman, the woman that raised and taught me. So like I said, I'm going to take her word over any other motherfucking woman directly out here because she has my best interest at heart. I can't sit up there and say that for the other women specifically out here because female friends that I did have, quote unquote friend zone, they weren't sitting up there talking about like, oh, other women out here are devious and they're this and they're that and all. No, I ain't gonna sit up there and do that because then it's gonna make them look bad as well. They'll be like, you know, it is what it is. Like I said, moms will sit up there and tell you what it is. Those are realistically the only women that will sit up there and tell you the honesty on when it deals with women. Just being real. And that is what is also needed as well. What was it? Black said, crazy that we never heard from those two girls nor the father after that video, LMAO. Hey, like I said before, sometimes all you got to do is stuff once. That's it. Like I said, I'll be that type of parent too. I ain't gonna put my hands on you, but I'm gonna embarrass you though. We want to make sure to handle this situated because we ain't gonna be going through this too many times. Like I said, I'm the type of dude. Let me sit up there and have a daughter. I'm like, yo, you ain't never sit up there and see me leave somebody as a single mother. You ain't never sit up there and see me randomly go out here and get somebody pregnant, whatnot, whatever. So you better not be out here sitting up there doing this as a young woman. You better not be out here being promiscuous and doing all this other type of stuff because that's not the way I raised you. Like I said, I'll be a tough dad. The way I sit up there and do stuff is if you don't listen, you out. I'm being dead serious because I'm not about to take care of your problem in your situation. A mistake is when somebody makes a mistake and like, okay, I had a test and I missed the question. And I wasn't able to answer, or I answered the question improperly because I didn't understand it. That's a mistake. You voluntarily seeking out another person and sleeping with them unprotected, that's not a mistake. And I have the full-fledged belief that if you make that mistake, you got to be grown enough to handle that situation and that mistake. Some people might look at that as being a little bit too harsh, and I'm just being real. Then don't make mistakes like that, right? As people want to label that as a mistake because it's just so easy to do, then don't do that then. Just stay to yourself. How difficult is it just to stay to yourself and not to give yourself over to another person that you don't even know, that you know ain't going to actually care about you? It's not that difficult. It's the fact that people are selfish and people want to do the things that they want to do. So like I said, I would more than likely be a very hard father, and you would more than likely see my daughter deciding to, again, I don't have a daughter, but I'm just saying if I did, you'll more than likely see her deciding that she wanted to make videos online, talking about being a horrible father and giving that long story of lies and the tale. When very easily it's like, yo, I told you what to do and what not to do. You opted to do something else different, and now I got to manage your situation and your problem. Not here. I raised one. I'm not about to raise a second one, especially one that I didn't create. We ain't doing that. You can miss me with that. Timmy says, that reminds me of Nunu from the movie with T.I. I forgot the name of the movie. Was it ATL or something like that? Black says, Seji goes to jail for feeding a homeless person. Yeah, that'll probably happen. We'll see what happens in the future. Timmy said, excuse you, Seji, but I didn't lie to you. I said women. You including me. What are you talking about? I didn't even sit up there and include you, Tiffy. I didn't even say nothing about you. You do know that I happen, like when I talk, I don't actually look at the comment section. Like when I go on like my long like rants and talks, I'm not really looking at like the comment section. I'm just staring endlessly into like the screen or at something while I'm talking because I'm focused. So yeah, nobody was talking about you, Tippy. Look at you. Look at you. Black said, I love your mother for that knowledge because she reminds me so much of my aunt. Yeah, like my I think my other aunt, she told me some of that too. But that was also coming from the perspective that, you know, my aunt is gay. So she, of course, is going to be able to really tell me a lot of other stuff because she's dealing with other women and she's more than likely heard and seen women directly lie to her face and all of these other things. So I've been able to get two different perspectives dealing with women. And like I said, I love the women in my life for giving me that knowledge of which I would have nothing of, right? For going out on a limb earlier on and educating me and telling me a lot of this stuff. Like I said, if I was just to believe that women were just all nice and they never lie and all this, like, yo, I probably wouldn't even be here right now. I probably wouldn't even be here. I probably wouldn't even have made it this far. Tippy said, I said that when we talk about it, we talk about this stuff all the time in live streams. Black said, even though my mother would also tell me that there's still good girls out there waiting. Yeah, there are, but it's the abundance of the bad ones that messed it up for the rest of the women. That's the main thing that I keep saying to a lot of women out here. It's like you got to snuff a lot of that stuff out so that the women that deserve the opportunity to be with decent guys get the opportunity. 9 times out of 10, it's the women that are undeserving that end up or that ensnare decent guys. That's the way that it happens, and it's jacked up. Andy said, brought up in a rough borough of London by my aunt. I'll be 60 next year. Hey, much love, respect, and appreciation to your aunt, and happy early 60. 60 years young. 60 years young. If you reverse those numbers, you're technically just 6 years old. Just saying. So you're still young. Just saying. Just reverse those numbers. Just reverse those numbers. And he said, African and Caribbean discipline is next level. No, yeah, out there, they'll sit up there and put like the fear of God directly in you. That's why I showed off that one video. Again, it was another father. He was dealing with his daughter. The father came home, right? They live in the same area. I'm not sure if they might be divorced or whatever it is. The father came home. I kid you not, the daughter she was coming out of a room with a towel on. There were 2 boys in the kitchen. You can already guess and already know what was about to happen. The father came in there filming, and he was like, what is this? Like, what are you doing? He wasn't even mad at the guys. Like I said, I wouldn't really be mad at them either because that's not your fault. I'm not going to sit up there and blame those dudes for being there. They saw an open opportunity because they were invited over to somebody else's house of which she is staying in. All of the heat and shit went directly for that daughter, and I respect the father for that. He was like, you know what? Y'all just get out of here. Y'all can just leave. I ain't even about to. Y'all can just sit up there and leave. Like I said, all of that fire, all that energy needs to go directly to that daughter. And he did just that. He started whipping that girl throughout that house. And I don't care what nobody says, she needed that because she was doing way too much. You're a little girl inviting 2 other dudes directly over to the house and you in a towel. Word? You really trying to be out here being grown? And then you got the nerve to be sitting up there trying to run from your dad when he trying to discipline you? Nah, take that beating like the woman that you think you are. Take that beating. So, and this is, again, I'm going back to the narrative where a lot of people sit up there and say that a reason why a lot of stuff happens is because fathers are not there. The father was there. The father caught. The father specifically told her, I didn't raise you like that. But she decided to still invite two boys over to the house to do something. Like I said, them kids are going to do whatever it is that they want to sit up there and do. And that happened. I'm not sure if the dude might have been like Jamaican or somewhere from the islands, but it was off over there. If at a point in time I can happen to find that video, I'll probably post it back up here. It'll probably take me a while to get it, but I'll post it back up here. But like I said, that was crazy to me. And this is why I sat up there and said, like, I know that these girls out here are slick. It's just that the whole world don't want to acknowledge how slick these young girls are. But like I said, it is what it is. It'll come to a head. And then people are going to be made to deal with it. Women are going to have to sit up there and finally deal with that situation that men have been calling out for the longest time possible. Nobody wants to sit up there and believe it because people are like, oh no, it's the men. They know specifically how old these girls are and they just decide to, nah, these girls be slick. Like I said, she brought two guys into her dad's home. They're all the same age, but she still invited and brought them over and had a towel on. Come on. It's crazy. It's crazy out here. Sham said, my dad is Caribbean and I would never even think about looking at his car, let alone stealing it and going to the club. I'm grown and I still can't do what I want. But it's like, along with the fear that you have, you also respect your parents. And you know that you wouldn't want to bring shame, directly to your family's name or to your family. Like I said, you got that respect that is there initially, along with the love and everything else. A lot of these kids don't have none of that. They don't understand what a last name is. They don't understand what bringing respect and upholding respect to the family is. They don't understand none of that. They just want to do whatever it is that they want to do because they feel that they're grown. Like I said before, let me have a daughter, and I sit up there and catch her. She brought guys directly into the house. Everybody getting out. I'm like, my man, stay right there. Everybody put on y'all clothes. Let me close the door. All of y'all put on y'all clothes. Nobody needs to run because ain't nothing about to happen. What is going to happen though? You're going to help her pack up all of her stuff. She's going to be sitting up there living with you and your family because she ain't going to be living here no more. Because the moment in time, like I said, I just talk once and that's it. Because the moment in time I got to sit up there and tell you something more than once, you ain't my problem no more. Because obviously you're hard of hearing. You don't want to sit up there and listen because I don't got time to sit up there and watch people. They'll sit up there and listen to somebody else off of a first basis type of thing, complete stranger. You'll listen to all the shit that they got to say. But when it's somebody who is raising you, you don't want to sit up there and like listen to them at all. You want to question, you want to bicker, you want to argue, no, you can get out there. You good. You got it. You wrong. You can handle that yourself. You can go couch surf, go live with your friends. You want to sit up there and be from the street. You want to be outside, go do that. You got it. Because it ain't going to be my problem. Like I said, you're going to learn one way or another. And learning from the streets in the world is going to be a very tough decision. Some people might say, well, it's easy to say that now. What if your daughter or your child end up losing their life because you threw them out? It is what it is. It's their life, correct? I don't have ownership. They are not my property, correct? They decided that they wanted to sit up there and go out on a limb and not respect me, not respect what it is that I stated, not respect the rules of the house, wanted to disrespect me, wanted to challenge me, wanted to go against my word, and wanted to do everything and anything that I told them not to do, and they wanted to do it because they felt I don't got time for it. I'm not doing it. I'm not. If I gotta think of potentially putting my hands on you, it's not worth you being here. So let me repeat that again. If I gotta think about putting my hands on you, it's not worth you being here. So I'd rather have you just gone. And it just be what it be. I don't, if you become successful later on in life, that's cool. You're not going to hear me try to sit up there and take any acknowledgement or whatnot or whatever. We can act like motherfucking total strangers. But like I said, it is what it is. I am not about that life of disrespect like that, and especially at that level. Nah. Nope. Like I said, I respected my parents. All the people that sat up there and raised me, I respect all of them. Even the people that didn't raise me, but I looked at their actions and I try to mimic those. I respect the hell out of them too. Like I said, a lot of my boys, they got their fathers directing their lives. I respect the hell out of their dads. And I talk about them a lot throughout the years because they had a major impact directly on my life. Even though I was not their son and their child, they had a major impact directly on my life. Like I said, my boy Ricky, his dad, I'll never get a chance to actually tell him the amount of impact that he had because, you know, he's no longer with us. But I wish I could sit up there and tell him. You know? Black said, Tibby said, it's the boys too, Seji. They're young boys trying to act grown like men, but I get it. Not as kids. Yeah. Black said, that explains why I got a lot of muscles. And he said, oh, hell no. You run, and that just makes them more mad. Yep. And he was getting angry. Black said, and on top of that, I actually liked it because started growing muscles with one of my older cousins around 10 or 11. I was so masculine. I felt like I beat up Goku and Vegeta in Fusion. Oh yeah, like when you're younger and you're just like you're growing like muscle and whatnot, you can see like the definition. It's like, yo, you feel like a god. Like, yo, you just feel invincible. Can't nothing stop you. That's the like I said, men understand that more than anybody else on that planet. Like the moment in time that you get to that point where you can start to see cuts and definition, like you feel so invincible. Like the amount of confidence that you just have just from like a little bit of cuts and definition is crazy. But then once you get like that marble aesthetic where you can like really see it like really like defined, yeah, man, it's through. It's over. Can't nobody tell you nothing. Can't nobody shatter your confidence. You are bulletproof. you are beyond Teflon. Like it's crazy. It's crazy. TB said, you can't just wipe your hands of them, Seji. He or she is still your child. They can still be my child, but you're not going to sit up there and be disrespectful. Like I said, I don't do that. Everybody else, if you like to sit up there and deal with disrespect from kids, you can sit up there and do that. I'm not the one. I told people this before. Like I'm doing this with family right now. Like I said, the stuff that I talk about is the stuff that I do. The moment in time, like I got uncles that disrespected my mom in a certain way, and I gotta, listen to the stuff that she has to go through. I cut them directly off, and I was damn near close. If I didn't have like, a certain amount of respect for them, I would have been cussing them the full fuck off in a message. And those are both grown dudes. They 6 feet tall, over, they weigh, over me and all this other type of shit. And I just let them know, as her son, I see what it is that y'all doing and how y'all moving. I don't like it. At one point in time, I wanted to be like y'all. I hugely respected y'all. And now, I don't look at y'all the same. Like y'all ain't really shit to me because of how y'all treating y'all sister. And we just going to move accordingly from there. And I sat up there and told him, I don't care if, if there's a funeral, whatnot. I told this to several family members, like, yo, I don't care if it's like a funeral, doctors, whatever. Don't call me. Don't tell me nothing. Because if you're going to sit up there and treat, your sister like this, and I know what it is that my mom has, gone through and done for them, and you're allowing this to basically take place, I'm like, cool, no problem. Like I said, I'm going to be the standing memory and embodiment of my mom, and all of that anger and that rage that, she can't deal with at her age, I'm going to embody and do that. So like I said, it is exactly what it is. You disrespect her, you're disrespecting me. And as a man, I cannot sit up there and respect a man that wants to, move in that type of manner. So, we're just gonna, handle it like that. And none of my uncles sat up there and left me a voicemail. Nor did they sit up there and try to contact me back with a rebuttal. Like I said, it is what it is. So when I sit up there and tell people I'm about the shit that I sit up there and say what I say I'm going to do, that is the shit that I'm going to sit up there and do. So if I'm doing this with family, these are grown and older men. They can say whatever the fuck they want to sit up there and say. We can have a conversation however it needs to be sit up there and had. If I'm willing to sit up there and do that with family, I'm willing to do that with my own child. You sit up there and disrespect. You don't sit up there and listen. You don't follow. Like I said, I don't handle. I manage shit vastly differently from everybody else. Like I said, I am not the one, and I am not the same as everybody else. I am not. Like I said, I do not play games. I'm not about repeating myself motherfucking twice and all that other type of shit. I'm not. Like I said, you got too many kids out here losing their lives. just trying to sit up there and do the right thing. Too many kids out here losing their lives, but then you want to sit up there and be a knucklehead and do all this other trifle? Nah, we good. Sham said, you know what my dad did to me? He made me babysit everyone's kids when I turned 13. By the time I turned 15, you said that you didn't want a boyfriend and didn't want no kids. That's hilarious. That is hilarious. Andy said, yes, I still box, keep fit, and still think I'm in my 30s. Yo, no, this is the thing, though. I'll put it to you like this. You keep working out and you take care of your body. What do they say about Saiyans? They say that Saiyans don't really start aging up until like their 70s or their 80s, right? That's when they start to see slight, declines where they basically hit that plateau. So just keep working out, keep working out, keep healthy, keep eating right and everything. Like I said, you can reverse the aging process. Like it is when I tell you that you can reverse the aging process, you can. There's a dude that is literally spending, from what he stated, $2.3 million, spent like millions of dollars to try to reverse the aging process. The dude is currently in his 40s, but on a cellular level that they've tested, it said that his body wise, he's like 18, 19. So like I said, if you want to take care of yourself and you want to, in a sense, live forever, and you want to combat aging a natural way, you can do that. There are a multitude of ways to sit up there and do it. You might not need $2.3 million to do it, but there's ways to do it. Andy said, okay, I read that one. Yeah. Sham said, because of that, I was 15, still playing with dolls and video games. That's how you do it. Tippy said, don't have kids, Seji. Damn, your kids drop a plate, you want to kick them out. Nah, it's dropping a plate and breaking like a dish or something. That's different versus somebody like sneaking out. That's different from somebody taking a car. That's different from somebody lying to me and telling me, okay, I'm going to be with a friend, and then you going out to a party. You know how many stories I've done where kids have lied to their parents and then a shootout happens? And then people want to turn around and try to blame the parents. Oh, if you were more in there. No, the motherfucker lied. What do you want the parent to sit up there and do? A parent is trying to give a little bit of trust over to their kids. The kids said that they're over at a friend's house. They're supposed to be at their friend's house. You're not expecting, we're switching from the friend's house. Now we're doing a meetup at a park. We're going to a party. We're going this, we're going, and then some unexpected happens. It ain't the parent's fault. That's on that kid. Like I said, I understand. I've covered stories before where parents are the problem. Parents are the issue. But again, putting stuff where it needs to be placed, you got a lot of kids out here that cause issues by themselves. If you would have stayed your narrow ass where you were supposed to be, this would have never have happened. If you would have stayed your ass in the house instead of trying to drive reckless with your friend, the car wouldn't have been totaled and you wouldn't be sitting up here in a body cast. Right? So, like I said before, man, for me, like I said, I guess people value and handle respect differently than how I sit up there and value and look at that. To me, when it deals with kids, that's everything. Being real, like that is everything. So, if you're willing to sit up there and disrespect like your parent and lie to your parent, you're willing to also steal and rob. You're willing to also do even worse things. So, like I said, I'm not even trying to make it that far. Some people might say like, yo, man, you taking a little bit too. Am I really? Looking at the society that we're in, looking at how the kids are basically acting, how the kids think that they're grown, that they're adults. So they're actually going out here you got teenage boys out here trying to fight grown men. Like I said, the dynamics have vastly changed. Like checks and balances are not out here anymore. It's like the Wild Wild West. Before, you didn't have teenagers just trying to seek out fights with grown men. It was a type of fear that was there. They would talk, they would run their mouth, and they'd be like, man, you know what? You're not even worth it. I ain't even about to sit up to try to fight you, old man. It would be that type of thing. Now it's like, I'm either going to sit up there and fight you, old man, or I'm going to sit up there. I'm about to pull out the blick, about to pull out the switch. Like, it's crazy. Like I said, there's no type of respect for anything at all anymore. Sham said, I feel we are here to guide our children through life. When you start to feel like you don't need my guidance no more, that tells me you're grown enough to go out on your own. If not, then be the child. That's what I'm saying. If you feel as a child that you're grown enough that you don't need to listen to me no more, that you can stay out and be out there with your friends, then don't come back here. Take all of your stuff and go out there with your friends and let me know how that works out for you. Establish a place for yourself. Go out there and get a job. Start working and going to school. Do all the stuff you want to sit up there and do. And you're going to realize that you done messed up, that you actually had it good. Like I said, I'm not for the disrespect. Tippy said, I get it. I'm not saying, oh, well, deal with it, but still, it's your kid, but I'll let it go. No, like I said, people just we're gonna have a agree to disagree. Like I said, it is what it is. I'm not for. I've never disrespected my parents to that extent. I might have, try to, challenge or something like that. But again, being stupid, that's it. Like I've done too many videos where these kids, where you tell them to do something, they want to haul off and start swinging on you, bro. If I ever catch my kids sitting up there thinking that they're about to swing on me, they're going to be looking at God. I'm not going to be mincing words. Like, you're going to be, if you don't got asthma, you will have asthma after I get done swinging on you. We ain't doing that. Like I said, people got to understand the times that we're in at this moment in time. You got a lot of kids that are immensely disrespectful. You got a lot of kids out here that's gassing themselves way too far up, and they feel that they could just lay hands on anybody. They can do. Nah, son, the moment in time you decide to sit up there and strike, you're getting hit with that Goku Ultra Instinct. Like, you're getting hit with like 10 blows, vicious blows. You're going to understand and learn. We're not doing that. And I advocate for women to do the exact same things when it deals with their daughters. Y'all better start swinging on your daughters. Like, the moment in time your daughter thinks that she about to raise a hand to slap you, you better hit her twice to the chin. You better let her know. You better put that girl down, make her second guess everything in life. You better make her second guess her birthing process. Like I said, you gotta let a lot of these kids know. I don't care what nobody got. It's like, yo, man, this is teetering on abuse. So it's abuse when you sit up there and defend yourself as a parent. But so what is it called when a child is basically hitting, in a sense, their elder, when they're hitting their parents? Nothing. You're just supposed to sit up there and take. Come on. Like I said, I'm about equality. I'm about everything being everything. If a child, just like I told people before, if a woman thinks that she is grown enough to step into a man's face and start rah, 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 yah, 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 she deserves to get knocked out. The same way if a man steps into another face and another man's face, rah, 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 yah, 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 knock him out. If your son decides, as a father, your son decides to step directly in your face, you don't need no boxing gloves. Knock him the fuck out. For the women out there, if you got a daughter and she talking real tough, thinking that she about it, knock her ass the fuck out. Like I said, I'm about equality in this bitch. I'm not sure about everybody else, and I'm about respect as well. So what I say might be a little bit harsh, but again, I'm not mentioning no type of words. It is what it is. I said exactly what I said, and I'm standing directly on that shit, irregardless of feelings. Irregardless, knock everybody the fuck out with equality, equal lefts and equal rights for everybody. We about that life. Hack said based. This man funny. Tippy said, I agree with you 100%. Sham said, yes, these kids are too disrespectful, and they grew up to be disrespectful. The crazy part, a lot of them are jobless, homeless, husbandless, druggies, thieves, and etc. But got the nerve to be judged. Yeah, that's facts. I know some. I've seen somebody, and heard of some stories about somebody being quite disrespectful, not wanting to listen, and now it looks like they're going through some drug problems and different things. But like I said, this is what it looks like when people feel like they can be on their own and they want to do their own thing and they don't want to follow order. Hey, you can be out on your own. You old enough, you 18 now, you can go out there and go live with somebody else and go see the world. If you get hooked on drugs, that ain't my fault. You made that decision as a human being, as an adult, newly in this world, to go out there and put stuff into your body. You cannot blame parents on that. You can't blame guardians on that. If an 18-year-old decides to become a druggie, that's not the parents' fault. That has zero to do with the parents. That has everything to do with the individual and the person. Just saying. Because I know of an instance where that is basically happening, and it has nothing to do with the parents at all. It don't have nothing to do with the grandparents and nothing like that. It has everything to do with the individual and how it is that they wanted to move and live and who it is that they wanted to associate themselves with. So like I said, only that person can get themselves out of the situation. So like I said, a lot of the stuff that I talk about, These are things that I've also witnessed and that I know of as well. And you got a lot of kids out here that are just disrespectful. You get to actually watch kids grow up and they're showing off this disrespect. Like I said, it's crazy. Tippy just sitting up here laughing. Hack said, let your children know you're not their best friends, but their parents, and to know, let them know who runs the house. And if they don't like it, they can leave. Yeah, that's facts. Like I said, again, I'm not about disrespect. I've never been disrespectful to my parents. The way that I was raised and the way that I carried myself throughout my childhood, that's the exact same way I expect my children to sit up there and do. I ain't going to disrespect you. I'm not going to belittle you. I'm not going to mistreat you. I'm not going to devalue you. I'm not going to do none of this. The same way that I was raised, I'm going to sit up there and give you that same procedure. But if you decide that you want to go against the coding, I can't do nothing for you. What do they normally do? If a computer has a virus, are people going to let that virus sit there and mess up the computer further, or are they going to purge the virus directly from the system and basically fix the computer? They're going to purge the virus and fix the system. It doesn't make sense to allow a virus to stay there to proliferate and to make the whole system worse. It doesn't make any type of sense. That literally, like I said, it is what it is. So now I want to go to this other video. And this matter of fact, wait. I'm going to leave that for last. What I'm going to do is I'm going to go because I had to remind myself because what was it? Pink has sent some videos by way of IG, so I'm going to go there because I gotta consistently make sure to remind myself. Let me see. How do I unblock that? Let me see. Let me see. People are smoking. Wait. People are. Oh, I gotta look into that. I didn't know that was even a thing. Let me see. Let me go to the videos real quick. Oh yeah. I'm glad you. That was a video. That was like Tariq. Yeah. I saw that one. Let me see. What video is this? Wait, does this one have music? Well, I gotta verify. What y'all doing?
That's enough. You don't gotta cut off like this part. Is that like optional type thing?
Yeah, that's optional. You don't have to cut all that off.
I'm gonna buy you a bigger pot too.
All right, this one kind of has like a little bit of me. I'm not sure what it's gonna specifically do. So I'm going to show this on the side if I can. Andy said I tried disrespectful once and I never tried it again. Yeah, that's how I should go. That is how that should precisely go. Let me see. I think to share audio, share a tab or a screen instead. But it would have to be the application, right? All right. So some of y'all might have seen this before where you got, let me just do that just in case. So you got the lady sitting up here like cutting up collard greens. And you see like the parts of like the ends of the stem. She's sitting up there boiling that up. Usually it does not look like that. Like you get rid of the stems. Now, when it gets to like that ain't nothing happening. Like where is the boiling process for like the water? Like I'm not seeing no type of like it took a long time. It should be way more. Even understandably, that's like some tall ones like directly right there. But if that water was really like cooking the way that it's supposed to be cooking, like that would have been like realistically melted down. It's not because she still got those damn stems on there. That looks crazy. Wait, what are we doing here? I'm confused. All right. I'm not exactly sure for whatever reason. StreamYard wanted to have like some type of like issues. I can't even specifically. Let me make sure that the sound is even working. Yeah. For whatever. So I'm not even sure what even happened there. If the video was even properly shown, because I saw it flashing every now and again. For whatever reason, Streamlab wanted to have some type of issues and/or problems at that moment, which made no sense. But yeah, those greens didn't come out the correct way of which I felt like they should have came out. So let me see. What's this video? Oh, why do I feel like this is not going to be good? Oh, technically, I can't. So I can't even show that video because they might be like, you're showing hurt or injury. Every time I look at videos, I got to go over like the community guidelines directly in my mind. So I gotta remember to always do that. Let me see. You said if you want to lose weight fast, go over to her house. He was like, I bet she cooks chicken in season as well. Damn, it's cold blooded. Let me go. This is a dope video. I did see this before. I felt like this was actually like pretty dope. Where
you're breathing so good. The machine's like, yo, take this baby down on oxygen. That's you. You're doing great. You're amazing. You're wonderful. Your lungs are expanding. You have the capacity. Keep breathing deep all the way to your lungs. You got this. Tell these niggas what's up.
like I said, these are the types of videos that people don't happen to like show off. And it fights again against the narrative when people always state that black men don't want to be in the lives of the child. This dude is there. The child is just born, right? The child is in the NICU, right? And the father is sitting up there hyping the kid up, sitting up there talking to him, speaking positive words directly to the child, because the child can hear. The child absorbs all energy, right? At the time that a child is born, the child is open to all types of energy. It doesn't know how to block out stuff. So if a child receives too much energy and it's like it's negative, and what they're going to basically, react directly to that. When a child is, getting positive energy, it's completely different. It's the same thing like when you allow a child to listen to music in the womb. They will react differently to certain other types of music versus, let's say, jazz or classical or lo-fi, stuff like that. But like I said, that's dope. How, the black father was, he is like there. he is 100% there for, his kid. Like I said, I would love for more videos like that to be shown off.
And posed for like 10 minutes. Let me see the product.
Let me see. All right, so we got another video. It says, girl cried after her dad laughs at her drawing. So we well, let's just look at this real quick.
For like 10 minutes. Let me see the product. Is that me? No, it's nice. It's so nice. Oh, I've never looked better. Ooh, where were you? Where were you when it was time for senior photos? Mommy, I didn't think it looks good. It is fantastic. Oh my God, what's that? Is that hyperpigmentation? Okay. You know what? I've never seen nothing like this before. I just want you to just keep it up. Okay? Where's Daddy, bro? Daddy don't know what he's doing anyway. That's how you say that's a great drawing in French. And posed for like 10 minutes.
Yo, let me just be real though. What that little girl did though, that could technically be like a Picasso or something, because you know how many art drawings you've literally seen where you got grown adults that draw just like that, and everybody's like, "Oh, this is so beautiful. It's artistic. It's thought provoking. It leaves my mind in the abyss. It's drawing me in. I don't know what it is." And they'll sit up there and be auctioning this off for like $250,000, $500,000, $1 million. But when it comes to a kid drawing that exact same way, everybody just like, laughs and treated a certain type of way. I mean, the drawing was funny though. That was funny. The dad was on the floor. Oh man. Like I said, for guys, it is very hard for us to like really lie like that. Women are very great at that. Y'all can cheat. Your mom was doing it with like a smiling straight face. She was like, "It is so great. Where were you for high school pictures? I really needed this. I've never seen anything like it before." Dad is just on the floor rolling. I would have been him. I would have been like, "Yo, you didn't get that drawing skill from me. You got that from your mom." I would have added more insult to injury. Let me sit up there and take, because I'm like, "Yo, you didn't get that from me. Let me show you my old drawings. Let's look at this." Oh man, that's crazy. That is crazy. Like I said, and that's a 2-parent household. The mother and the father are there raising their daughter. Like I said, those are images that you don't get a chance to see because a lot of people don't want to push those types of images because it goes against that narrative, that people do so much in order to try to propel and to have directly up there. So the next video, I don't think I did watch this. I don't think it's going to basically say what I think it is, but I'm going to point this one more towards the divester sector, right? So Tariq said this lady went on a date with a dude who casually hurled the N-word. She realized that he was racist and she cut the date short. Then he followed her home and got belligerent. So this is going to the divester section. This is what the women of the same nationality are dealing with their own men. So like I said before, let's just take a look directly at this and how this dude was sitting up there acting. Let's look at this.
For a second, like,
Do not get aggressive with me
I'm
at
not
all.
aggressive, but I'm asking you to be honest with me, and you weren't.
I'm so
What was my option?
bewildered, and I am.
Again?
I am.
I've never heard from you. I've been down this road.
Okay, but you don't know me. You don't know me. Why would you follow me home? I feel so unsafe right now. The fact that you followed me home, like when I.
did not mean it that way. I said
That's,
I'm the furthest from race person band.
no, you're not. Because the furthest person person from racist would never use that word.
Alright, I'm calling my black friends right now. So you
No, I don't want. No.
I am not. Yes, because I drove an hour.
What kind of respect do you have?
What respect did you receive? What type of respect did I get when you left me at the fucking party?
All right, so let me just show y'all something real quick, right? So y'all saw that she rolled up the window, right? Let me make y'all understand something. Okay, y'all can see my mouse. When she rolled up her window, that crack was not there. So I think as she rolled up the window, that dude like hit the window or did something, and it made that crack. That is a clear crack. That is a fracture directly through her window that was not there when that window was getting pulled up. So this was a situation that was very dangerous. But this goes into what black people have said before, that it be some of the most ones that be acting all cool, and then you let them get a little bit drunk or have their alcohol, and they start flying off in the handle saying all types of slurs, and they're like, no, I'm not really racist. Let me call my black friends. Yeah, you racist. The moment in time that you got to sit up there and say, let me call my black friends as proof to disprove the racism that you already just committed, you're racist. Like I said, you can't make this up. But like I said, the divestors got this. Yeah, this is your man. Just like the Mounties always get their man, one of the divestors, come get your guy. Come get that man. Come get him. He is right up there for the picking. Like I said, you talk about black women being quote unquote pick me's, come pick up your man. Right? Since you don't want to be picked, you pick men, come pick up your guy. Because obviously they're not working. You can sit up there and take him directly off her hands. Let that dude sit up there and follow you directly home. Get belligerent. Put a crack directly in your window. Let him sit up there and do that. Like I said, that's crazy. That is crazy. I'm glad she sat up there and made it out, and I'm glad she had that recorded. She needs to take that over to the police and let them know. She might need a restraining order. Like that dude is off kilter. Like that man is out of there. That dude is done. He is woo. And this is why I sat up there and made videos before telling women about self-defense and being armed and all these other types of things. And y'all, this is why I've sat up there and listened to things that I've listed. So now we're going to sit up there and move over to, I actually took it since it got restarted. I had to sit up there and take that. Let me see. Take that down real quick. Let me see. Share screen. No, it's not share screen. It is share video, actually. Let me go here. And let me, like I said, I've done videos and everything. So let me see. Your browser has blocked your screen. Click the icons in the address bar to allow. Well, I think the IG, if that IG video didn't show, y'all could let me know and I could just like replay it just for, reference or whatnot or whatever. I'm going to move over to like the next video. This was one of the main videos that I wanted to show here. And like I said before, I'm all about the kids. I care about the kids, what happens to the kids, how everything moves. Beyond everything else that I talk about, I really do my best to try to use my platform and levy whatever light that I have in order to showcase the treatment and the things that specifically happens to a lot of the kids directly out here. So what we're going to do is we're going to take a look at this video in front of you here.
He came in here without that jacket on. Yeah, he did.
That baby just had a pimp on.
That's all he got on.
I can't. Chrissy. Yeah, don't do that. Somebody call police. No, what's wrong with you? Somebody call police on her. Who are you? Lower your voice. Who are you? Get out that man's face, please.
The fuck? You're crazy.
What the hell? Somebody call police on her.
Go ahead, CPS already called 2 times. I keep passing. As long as you got hot water, fire extinguisher.
But when you come in the store fully dressed and your baby's not.
Now, I'm going to call the cops right now. How many kids do you got?
I got one.
Oh, okay. So, that's my name. What you talking about? So, you sorry, okay?
She just sad. That just sad.
Right. So in the first video that you were able to witness, you saw the mother with everything that was going on, cowboy boots and all this other type of stuff. So what took place was that she came into the store. The child only had on a pamper. He didn't have on a shirt. He didn't have on shoes. He didn't have on no pants, no nothing, just a pamper on. And she got the child going through the freezer section. If anybody who is a grown adult has ever been through the freezer section, even with a full-on winter gear on, you can still feel that cold. So you literally have this child up in here with nothing but a pamper on, going through the freezer section, slow as all get out, but yet you left the house fully clothed. So, and this is when I sat up there and I wanted to, let me go back and showcase that example, right? So you got an older man, right? Older brother sitting up there talking to her, right? You see the old man right there. Older brother trying to tell her, like, yo, you crazy. You need to sit up there and go put some clothes directly on that baby. Like, why are you sitting up here doing this? She like, mind your business. Shut up. This don't got nothing to do with you. And she started, the dude stood there. She's antagonizing. She's getting and rolling up on him, moving her body, sitting up there doing this with her. And this is when the woman sat up there and told her, like, yo, get up out that man's face. This is why I told people before, like, yo, if you are a woman and you're having a conversation, don't start doing these things in front of a dude, because in our minds, we're like, oh, she getting ready to fight. She about to sit up there and start swinging. Let me sit up there and get ready. You got some dudes that won't even sit up there and let you like set up or look like you're about to set up, and they'll just swing off of the sense that it looked like you was about to do something. But you saw how masculine she was acting directly in her mannerism. This is an elder. This is an older man trying to tell her. He more than likely got grandkids. And he's trying to tell her, like, yo, you crazy. You need to put some kids directly on. You need to put some clothes directly on that baby. You can't be doing this. You like the mom got it. She wasn't trying to hear it. So this is a man trying to sit up there and tell a woman what it is that she should be doing, that she should already know as a mother, not wanting to sit up there and listen. You got other women there sitting up there trying to tell her. Again, she's telling her, mind your own business. This, that, and the third. How many kids you got? Yada, yada, yada. And then what did you sit up there and see her do? Out of everything that she could have sat up there and did to just correct the situation, oh, let me start bending over. Let me start twerking. Let me show y'all my ass real quick, because this is what you can kiss. This is what y'all talking to. Because you ain't talking to me. You're talking to that. So now we're going to sit up there and roll over, right, to the other part of the situation, right? Let's keep going.
She just sad. That just sad.
Come on, man.
Oh, baby.
That's what I was more concerned.
Yeah, don't do that. Don't never in your life do that, baby. Don't give a damn. We run out there and go to that stove with you. You better stop and put something on. Hello. Hey.
How old is it?
So what you're basically witnessing is, now this is what I, in a sense, call a sisterhood, right? The woman recording is calling out the madness that's going on, also making sure to have this documented just in case she got to send this to whoever she needs to send it to, like the proper authorities and whatnot or whatever. And then you had an older woman that is a part of the community. She was like, oh no, we ain't about to sit up there and have like this baby walking out here like this. Let me sit up there and buy him some clothes and have him put this on. That's what community looks like. You got one person that's out of whack. You see how that out of whackness is sitting up there affecting the child. You got two people that are trying to hold this situation steady together and trying to fix the situation. One that is making sure the woman is accountable, and a second woman there to sit up there and fix and solve the problem. That's what a sisterhood looks like. How many videos are people going to sit up there and show me of things like this happening continuously, where you got black women literally working together to solve problems like this? You're not really going to sit up there and see a lot. But you saw these women here basically come together, and especially the older woman that bought that child who was basically there in that store naked in the freezer section, some clothes, so that he would have some clothes to be able to wear, versus sitting up there freezing and potentially getting sick. while the mother is walking through the store fully clothed. She got cowboy boots, she got the bonnet, she got a sweater on, pants, she got everything going on. She is fully clothed and everything is completely fine. That's what the whole thing of the quote unquote sisterhood looks like. This is what working as a community looks like. Not all the other stuff that people always be rah, rah, rah talking about and yada, yada, yada. Like I said, it's crazy. It's completely crazy how these things work. And then to make that even worse, let me see. Do I have the image directly up here? So this is what inevitably ended up happening, right? Let me see if I can post this directly up there. Because like I said, I'm all for people doing like the right things out here. So this is the woman that recorded the whole situation, right? I guess her name is Nicole. Oh, no, I'm sorry. So she said, hi, my name is Felicia, and I'm fundraising for my bills. Unfortunately, I lost my job on 1/20/2024 by helping a child who was being neglected by his own mother. On 1/17/2024, a young lady came into Walmart with her child, and the child only had on a diaper. And it's like 20-something degrees, or it was in the teens. I really can't remember. But that child had no clothes, no socks, no shoes, and I took it upon myself to record it for the child's sake. No, I wasn't thinking about the consequences at the time. At the time, my main focus was on the innocent poor child and to get him some help. Yes, I posted the video on my Facebook because I wanted to reach out to some of her family members and caseworkers. The video I posted got 3.1K shares in an hour. My manager called my phone and told me to take the video down immediately, and I did. Thursday and Friday were my off days. So when I came back to work on Saturday, 1/20/2024, my manager fired me 2 hours before I got off. Now I'm jobless because I was trying to help save that baby's life. If you by any chance want to watch the video, it's on TikTok at Free Nicole 8. Thanks to everyone who donates. God bless. And then yesterday she said, I want to personally thank everyone who donated. I really appreciate it. I literally have enough to pay 2 months of rent. Thank you guys. God, sit high and look low, and your blessings are coming too. Right. So this is the woman here that specifically did that. Let me just do this real quick. Let me see if I can go back. Not sure.
He came in here without that jacket on.
Damn, that's tough. So I'm taking. I figured that was like the child, like before she said anything. I figured that was her child directly in the background, but I didn't know that the child was deceased. So that's pretty tough. But let me just go over this information again because I know that it didn't fully register because I didn't have myself added. So if people want to, specifically, help her out or support, this is her GoFundMe for the wrongful termination that took place. So it goes as stated. Hi, my name is Felicia, and I'm fundraising for my bills. Unfortunately, I lost my job on 1/20/2024 by helping a child who was being neglected by his own mother. On 1/17/2024, a young lady came into the Walmart with her child, and the child only had on a diaper. And it's like 20-something degrees, or it was in the teens. I can't really remember. But the child had on no clothes, no socks, no shoes, and I took it upon myself to record it for the child's sake. No, I wasn't thinking about the consequences at the time. And at the time, my main focus was on the innocent poor child and to get him some help. Yes, I posted the video on my Facebook page because I wanted to reach out to some of her family members and caseworkers. The video I posted got 3.1K shares in an hour. My manager called my phone and told me to take the video down immediately, and I did. Thursday and Friday were my off days, so when I came back to work Saturday, 1/20/2024, my manager fired me 2 hours before I got off. Now I'm jobless because I was only trying to help save that baby's life. If you by any chance want to watch the video, it's on TikTok at FreeNicole8. Thanks to everyone who donates, and God bless. And she gave an update as of yesterday. She said, I want to personally thank everyone who donated. I really appreciate it. I literally have enough to pay 2 months of rent. Thanks to you guys. Thanks to you guys. God sits high and looks low, and your blessings are coming as well. So if wait, y'all still can't wait, hold on. Wait. You gotta be kidding me. Wait, y'all still can't hear me? You got to be shitting me. I don't understand how the sound is off though. That doesn't. I think okay, maybe it might be like delayed. That might be what it is. Okay, yeah. So they might be catching up. But yeah, like if you would like to donate directly to Miss Nicole, you can easily do that. Like I said, all of the stuff that's been going on and people saying that they want to support, when Black women are like, hey, we need to support Black women. Yo, this is a Black woman that did the right thing. She sat up there and saw the fact that this baby was not getting treated well. She saw the fact that the baby was not fully getting clothed. She documented everything that was happening in order to give it the information over to the proper authorities and also get in contact with the family. And she lost her job for trying to do the right thing. This is a woman right here that deserves like 30, 40K for trying to sit up there and correct the situation, calling out a situation, bringing awareness to a situation. And she too is a mother, right? She ended up losing, her child, at a point in time. But, like she said, she would never be out here deciding to have her child, out here in public, in the cold, in 20-something degrees in the freezer section, pretty much with just a diaper on. Right. And, again, if you want to support that, you can easily do that by way of, let me go back to her TikTok, which is directly up there again. Right. So again, when you go directly to her TikTok, FreeNicole8, Free Nicole, 827 followers, 5,458 followers, 176,000.2K likes. So it actually went up since I refreshed it. And it has the Cash App directly up there, and it has the GoFundMe along with the other videos. Oh, you say you couldn't hear her. Okay. So what I'm going to do is give me a second. I got you. Let me Let me just try to fix that real quick. All right, give me a quick second. Give me just a quick second. All right, so let me put the video directly up here for you guys so you can see it and also hear it.
For those of you who are asking for an update, yes, she did go to jail. Yes, we did call the police. I mean, why wouldn't we? Why wouldn't we? That's a crazy ass question to ask. When you see a child that's being neglected, don't have on any clothes, just a diaper. No shoes, no socks, no shirt, no nothing. So why wouldn't we call the fucking police? Why wouldn't we? And you know, I'm just going to ignore the hate, and I'm going to ignore the crazy comments. I'm not going to respond to y'all. I'm just going to ignore y'all. She asked me, did I have a child in the video? Yes, I do have a child. He's deceased. But if my child was living, ain't no way in hell my child will be out there with no clothes on, just a diaper. So there you have it. That's your update.
So we were all able to hear that, right? You were able to see a black woman. She did the right thing. She called out the fact that, yo, this black woman, she is not, treating her child right. We got to sit up there and correct this, right? And you saw other people in the community trying to also give some type of correction, give some type of notice. They were stating a variety of things, right? And she didn't want to listen to nobody. She didn't want to listen to the black woman who has a child. She didn't want to listen to one of the black men who is an elder. She didn't want to sit up there and listen to him either, right? And she was pretty much telling people off. She wanted to twerk and she wanted to do all of these things. And everything that this woman did just to try to do the right thing, the cost that it came down to was her living situation and the fact that she no longer has a job. All because she wanted to look out for the best interest of a child. Now, again, I want y'all to understand, she worked for Walmart. Walmart does not care about you and especially does not care about the kids. Because if that Walmart wanted to be on a good foot, if they wanted to, take it a whole different angle, they could have been very much in the good graces of a lot of people. They could have been like, hey, we see the situation. We see what's going on. The management team and I, we got together and, we wanted to sit up there and give you like, at least a month's supply of Pampers and of, some baby food and of some clothes for the child directly on us on the store. And do you know what type of positive publicity that would have actually did for Walmart? But like I said, Walmart's not about that life. So this is why they opted to fire the black woman, Nicole, who was doing the right thing at the right time. So shout out to the community. And this is what I stated before. This is what a community actually looks like when people look out for somebody else other than themselves, when people actually care. This is what it looks like. You saw an elder. You saw both an elder, a black male, and a black woman, both trying to, get the situation together. The black male ended up getting the aggression part of it. But the elder that was the black woman, she got the other end, which was the lady being relaxed and allowing the elder black woman to help the situation. Like I said, there's a complete difference in the interactions here. The way that the mother reacted. Let me go back there.
Yeah, he did.
Right. The mother got aggressive with the black male. Right. Let me just mute that. Right. Let me just let that kind of go through. Right. So you got her again sitting up here, going through here, shopping, sitting up here talking. She decided to put her coat directly, on the kid because she just brought the kid out here just with a diaper. And you see how aggressive that she's sitting up there getting, taking 1 to 2 steps in a grown man's face. Now notice the dude got his hands in his pockets. You don't know what that man got up on him. You don't know who that man is or whatnot, whatever, but she wanted to get real aggressive, real crazy directly, with that dude, even though he's just trying to sit up there and give a little bit of like structure. Like, yo, you can't be out here doing this. Like, you looking crazy, right? But when it came to the black woman, she didn't want to give all of that. She also started, twerking and doing all that other type of stuff in public, right? So then when we slide the video forward, you start to see the elder black woman come through. And she was like, yo, I see what's going on. I see what's happening. I went through and I sat up there and bought, the baby some clothes, so that he'll have something that, he can put on. Right. And you see her putting the clothes while the mother's just sitting there, like really not even caring. You got, the elder woman sitting up there putting the clothes on the child. Like I said, this woman, she did. If anybody deserves some type of like support, like tens of thousands of dollars, it will be this woman right here for doing the right thing. But like I said before, everybody's going to focus on one thing and not focus on the other thing. So when I sit up there and tell people that, people don't care about the community, it is what it is. It is what it is. No, I know you heard her. I went back to the other video. I saw you. I see your comments, Tippy. I see you. But yeah, this is a person that deserves like the utmost like support, from black people and more specifically black women. Like, she really deserves that support for doing the right thing. And fuck Walmart for doing this. Like I said, that's crazy that you're literally going to get rid of somebody because they tried to do the right thing. Like I said, sometimes these companies, they don't know right from wrong and wrong from right. This was 100% wrong, and they could have literally profited so much off of this whole thing and trying to fix this situation, and they could have turned it into a whole different light. But like I said, these corporations, they don't care. They don't care at all. But let social media bring up a big fuss about it. Oh, you'll start seeing some different things take place. Andy said, what I've heard about Walmart over here in the UK, I don't understand why black people even shop there, let alone work for them. Because it's convenient. It might be the only, place that you got directly out there. Like I said, it happens. Sham said, I stopped shopping at Walmart years ago. I can't stand them. Well, in certain areas that might be really the only place, and they might have the quote unquote best deals on certain stuff versus local places. Like if you're trying to save money on some canned goods or something like that, maybe you might not have the sales at your local store. You might have to go to Walmart and sit up there and do it. Like, that's how stuff tends to go. But like I said, shout out to Miss Nicole for what it is that she does. And hopefully everything works out as well, for her. And I want to say also shout out to Miss Sade for all the hard work and dedication that she does for black men in the black community by using her platform and her voice to highlight the nonsense and the noise that is taking place and that's being allowed to take place. And like I said, sometimes you need a multitude of voices out there. If you only got one voice out there saying that black men are this, black men are that, that's all that people are going to sit up there and believe. That's going to be the only and the main narrative. And like I said before, it's a shame that her platform was taken down by other Black women who disagree with her points and what it is that she has been stating on her platform for years. Like I said, when people don't tend to, like somebody's voice or their platform, they'll decide to try to get, rid of the platform one way or another. So again, hopefully, YouTube will, look at that and they'll fix, that whole thing, and she'll be back up and running and in a few days or whatnot. But I'll make sure to keep people posted on what will transpire. But that is it for everything. We've been going for a nice 4 hours and 16 minutes. Been here for a long time. I'm probably about to go out there and get some beans and rice and sit down and probably play some Power World. But much love, respect, and appreciation to everybody that was, here in attendance, everybody that stayed here through the greater duration of, the live stream. Much love, respect, and appreciation. If you yourself would like to support this platform or donate, you can do that by way of the Cash App and the Patreon, and also the PayPal as well. Again, love you guys a lot. Thank you guys for the support, over time. Thank you guys for always, showing up, into, the live streams. We will, work on, trying to make this channel what it used to be, where it was a whole bunch of, people talking, and, it seems like we could get a whole bunch of awareness out there for a lot of situations. Yeah, we'll keep working back, getting towards that point, and then, and even greater. But anyways, I love you guys a lot. Much respect and appreciation. Have a great day. And what's today? Today is Wednesday. So yeah, go out there, order some food like I normally say. Go out there, get some Lyft, some Uber Eats, DoorDash, order, some food that you might like having, like eating, and enjoy a movie and anime, time with yourself, your friends, get your feng shui and everything in order. And prepare for the next day and the rest of your week. And I will catch you guys in the next live stream.